Good morning. Welcome to a brand new world, the Board of Supervisors. I'm not sure quite how the day's going to go. We're going to make some changes as we go along. You will notice up on the screen there's a phone number that you can call in for comments. We are first going to be doing closed session comments. The clerk's going to announce all the closed sessions at one time, and then the board will be adjourning into another room. Madam Clerk.
Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957A, conference with counsel regarding matters posing a threat to the security of public buildings, essential public services, or the public's right of access to public services or facilities. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Michael Scott Taylor et al. Versus County of Calaveras et al., USDC, for the Eastern District of California, case number 118CV00760. Item 3, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Cheryl Straub and Anna Lewis v. County of Calaveras et al., Calaveras County Superior Court case number 18CV43036. Item 4, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit. Item 5, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association. And item 6, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff's Association.
If there are any public comments on any of these items, could you please call in? The number should be on your screen, and the board will wait a few minutes, and if we have no public comments, we will adjourn into closed session. Hearing no phone ring for any public comments, we will be adjourning into closed session. Thank you.
Marita, we're on.
Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. We just came back from closed session. This is going to be an unusual first-time Board of Supervisors meeting. I will say this room, you see us somewhat sitting close, less than 6 feet from each other. This room was fully sanitized on medical standards. and we're going to be doing things a little bit differently today, and we will learn as we go along. To all of the county staff and to the public, the board thanks you, and we know in this time of crisis we have been and we will be at our best. And with that, if you can at home or in your office, wherever, please stand. We are going to do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm almost not sure what to do at the moment. Madam Clerk, are you going to put that number on the screen?
Only when it's time for public comment, not any other
okay.
time.
Got it. All right, that's fine. Could you please report out on our closed session? Thank you.
Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.A, conference with counsel regarding matters posing a threat to the security of public buildings, essential public services, or the public's right of access to public services or facilities. The item will be continued to later in the day during the lunch break. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Michael Scott Taylor et al. Versus County of Calaveras et al. USDC for the Eastern District of California, case number 118CV00760. There was no reportable action taken. Item 3, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Cheryl Straub and Anna Lewis v. County of Calaveras et al., Calaveras County Superior Court case number 18CV43036. There was no reportable action taken. Item 4, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit. There was no reportable action taken. Item 5, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association. There was no reportable action taken. Item 6, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff's Association. There was no reportable action taken.
The board will be reconvening back in closed session on item 1, either during the lunchtime or at the end of the board meeting. Normally we go to staff announcements, and unless our CAO or our clerk have gotten any from staff? No?
I think we have staff waiting outside.
Rita?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I have one announcement. You may have heard that there were over 100 U.S. citizens that returned to Miami from Brazil on Sunday, repatriated. We also have citizens that are currently stranded in Peru, and the ones that are in Lima, some of them did return to the United States over the last several days, but there are still some that are stranded in Cusco. And we're working with the Congress staff and the State Department to get them released and get them back into U.S. soil.
Yeah, my friends in Peru.
You're working with the Congressman on... Yeah.
Oh. Okay, stop. I think I see our treasurer, Barbara Sullivan. Yeah.
We need you to have the microphone, please.
back door is going to go.
It's a new day, Barbara.
Yeah, good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors, Barbara Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. I just want to give you some updates. All the Treasurer Tax Collectors are feeling this for everybody during this time. So we're working with our association to see what we can do about penalty waivers as far as the April 10th deadline. It's not known yet. It's like every minute we're getting new updates. So I just want to let you know something is coming down from all of us to help with that situation. I don't know what it's going to look like yet. So I just want to give you a heads up because I'm sure your constituents are asking.
Yes.
So we want to make sure everybody knows that we are trying, to help everybody out too.
Okay.
But right now by code, R&T code, the governor would have to change it. And I don't see that happening because they want to keep it in our hands as far as the penalty waiver part of it. So we are kind of going to tweak it to where it does fit everybody's needs.
Okay.
So any
When,
questions?
as soon as decisions are made, could you let Mr.
Yeah.
Alt know or
Yes.
us directly? Thank
Yeah,
you.
as soon as we have a press release, I was going to work on one anyway, just for us to say everybody, everything's still the same. But every minute's different, so I thought I'd better
Right.
wait. I'm glad I waited, so.
Good.
But just to give you a heads up, I will be with, copy.
I'm sure your staff's
PIO.
getting lots of calls every day on this. Thank you.
Kind of,
Kind of.
yeah. So anyway, we're still here, we're staffed, so,
Okay.
just to let you know.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You bet.
Appreciate
Thank
it,
you,
Ms.
Ms.
Sullivan.
Sullivan.
You betcha.
Barbara, was there anybody else out in the hall that want? Oh, okay, thank you. Please,
Thanks, Barbara.
Okay.
Morning.
good morning, Dr. Kay.
All right. Good morning,
Good
Board of Supervisors. I'm Dr. Dean Kaleda, and I'm the local health officer for Calaveras County with a COVID-19 update for the board and the community. In California, there's been 1,733 positive cases in total of COVID-19 infection with 27 deaths. So far in Calaveras County, we have 2 positive cases reported in the Copperopolis residence that we've known about. And we expect more cases as time goes on. Beginning March 10th, Public Health conducted a detailed and sweeping case investigation around all of the contacts to these cases, including one of the cases being a student at the Copperopolis Elementary School. Over 60 people were interviewed by public health disease investigators, including students, parents, teachers, school staff, and other community contacts, looking for those with possible signs and symptoms of coronavirus infection. From these interviews, 13 contacts were identified as being symptomatic and tested for coronavirus. All 13 were negative. Strict isolation and quarantine orders for all of the confirmed suspect cases were put into place, and no new cases of COVID-19 infection have been connected to transmission in the community surrounding those 2 cases in Copperopolis. Testing is a big question. Testing remains limited in Calaveras County due to the lack of adequate testing capacity and scarcity of specimen collection supplies. New guidelines are being distributed to the healthcare providers today to test only those patients at risk for complications from coronavirus infection with positive symptoms. Healthcare workers and those living in congregate living situations like nursing home patients, nursing home staff, jail residents, that kind of thing. Public Health is aware of approximately 60 people who've been tested for coronavirus in our community, and all of those tests, except the 2 in the Copperopolis residents, have been negative. Now, there's been some question about, why don't we know more in real time about the numbers of people who are being tested, even if those are coming back negative? The Public Health Department may not know all of that information. We know about tests that are being conducted for coronavirus infection if people are being tested through the public health laboratory system, because we have to authorize that testing in advance. The commercial laboratory system can also do coronavirus testing. An example is if a doctor tests a patient and sends that specimen to a commercial lab that's outside of the public health system, we may not know that that test was even run unless the result comes back as positive, in which case the provider and the laboratory are required to report it to us at Public Health. So there is a testing that's taking place that may be happening that we don't know about. We don't know the exact numbers. But of those that we do know...
Doctor, can't we, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can't we
Yes,
get
Supervisor.
that information?
Well, there are ways to collect that information, Supervisor Garamendi, but it requires us to put processes in place to be able to capture it. And we've talked about some ways to do that. For example, anytime a doctor orders a coronavirus test, to report that to the Public Health Department, and we have a mechanism to do that. The problem is getting that data in real time is not as easy as it sounds. And so we're working with the local hospital, Mark Twain Medical Center, to report to us all of the tests that they're doing through their emergency department, through their hospital medical clinics, and keeping track of that on a spreadsheet. But there is testing that's taking place in the commercial laboratory system that we don't have a good handle on. And we're trying to put processes in place to collect that information, but right now we don't. And so that's one of the limitations that we have of knowing exactly how many people are being tested, even if the results are negative. When the results are positive, we have mechanisms that are very solid to get that information right away. But for the negative tests, I can say to the community that approximately 60 residents in Calaveras County that we know about through the public health system have been tested. All have been negative except the 2 in the Copperopolis residents.
I'm sorry, I just
Wait.
want to remind the board, this is not an agendized item, we're just getting an update from Dr. Kalita, so,
Well, I think your
But the
questions are
board
pretty
can,
related to running
why
the
can't we
government
ask
stuff.
questions? We're not taking any action.
I understand, but it's not on the agenda. I'd like to just have us hear from Dr. Kalita on this item.
I think we have to have some flexibility.
Part of the COC process there, Dean, it will help you start picking up some of those, right? The chain of custody process from the hospital?
Well, we're working with the hospital to get a process in place to get a better understanding of the testing that's being done through the commercial laboratory system. So that's, I think, the best way I can frame that.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Schools remain closed in Calaveras County upon the recommendation of Public Health in coordination with the school superintendents until April 6th. We have a consultation scheduled again with the school superintendents later today, at which time we'll discuss the time frame of the closures and whether or not that should be extended for the time being. All non-essential businesses, mass gatherings, restaurants, bars, wineries, nightclubs, all of the businesses that you see in the community have been recommended to be closed. Essential business activities are allowed to proceed, assuming that social distancing is being taken into account among those essential services and businesses. Governor Gavin Newsom on Thursday, March 19th, issued a shelter-in-place directive for all California residents. Public Health has been working with Mark Twain Medical Center on surge capacity to expand patient care from 25 beds to 50 beds. That's a doubling of the local hospital capacity. And increase ICU capacity in anticipation of increased hospital and critical care demand in the next 2 weeks. We're monitoring the current supply of medical health supplies, such as ventilators, masks, gloves, gowns, what's called personal protective equipment that healthcare workers use when assessing suspect coronavirus patients, and that are necessary to maintain the safety of the healthcare workforce. Currently, there's no effective treatment for coronavirus infection, and currently there's no vaccine to prevent coronavirus infection. Although we only have 2 confirmed cases to date in Calaveras County, we expect that there are others in our community with infection that we may not know about at this time. Testing has not been as widespread and prevalent enough to gauge the true impact of coronavirus incidents in our population. Based on this, I'm recommending the following to the public. Those who develop a respiratory illness with fever should stay home if medical care is not needed. 80% of those with coronavirus infection will develop mild symptoms of illness that resolve on their own without needing medical attention. Presenting for testing or for evaluation to the medical system takes time and capacity away from the care system and personal protective equipment from the healthcare providers that need to be used to assess patients that may not need medical care are not available for others who may need them more. If a person does develop a febrile respiratory illness, we recommend isolating oneself from others, including the public and other family members, until the symptoms resolve. Routine over-the-counter medications for cold and flu remedies can help those with symptoms of illness, including cough and fever. There's been questions about the use of ibuprofen in coronavirus infection. There was some discussion initially that ibuprofen may be harmful if people have coronavirus infection. There's no evidence of that. And the recommendation is that ibuprofen can be used in coronavirus infection for those with fever, along with acetaminophen, which is Tylenol, or other fever remedies. Staying at home, especially those who are at high risk. People at high risk for complications of coronavirus are those over the age of 65 and those with chronic medical conditions. My biggest message to the public is not to be afraid. Right now, life's been altered. Kids aren't in school. Your favorite restaurants are closed. But if we hunker down and protect those at high risk, this will pass. We have a resilient community. I've been here since 9/11. I've been here since the events of H1N1 influenza. I've been here for the Butte fire, and I've seen this community respond miraculously to those impacts. We have a resilient community, and I expect people to continue to cooperate with the recommendations to stay home, and we'll get through this together as a community. And I'm actually encouraged by my interactions with the medical care system, by the doctors, the nurses, the healthcare professionals, the local hospital. Lots of people who are considered high risk across America don't live in a community that has an acute care hospital or intensive care unit beds, and we do here in Calaveras County. And we're working with the hospital to expand their capacity to take care of patients in the event that we start to see a surge of ill people over the next few weeks. And I'm hopeful and I'm optimistic that we're going to be able to meet this challenge and get through this together as a community.
Okay, I know I heard what council said, but considering a lot of us are representing the public as we go forward, I am going to take the risk and ask staff, or ask my colleagues to still be respectful of, we are under a quasi-Brown Act, and could you just be careful on the questions that you might be asking?
Thank you.
Go, please.
Thank you very much. I respect what the council has told me, but I think the FPPC, considering we are broadcasting all of this to the wide world, can take the Brown Act and deal with it as they choose. Doctor, I want to thank you very much for all the work that you've been doing over the last several weeks, and I'm sure you're exhausted. I'm sure your team is exhausted, and I want to thank all the county staff that's working on this. What do you need from us as a board of supervisors to make your job more successful, specifically? How can we help?
As a government body, you have significantly helped this effort by ratifying and approving the declaration of local health emergency. That has allowed us to marshal the resources of mutual aid systems, to tap into resources for medical health supplies, to access those medical health supplies through our regional apparatus and through the Office of Emergency Services. There's the Emergency Operations Center that's been activated, and the head of the Office of Emergency Services, John Osborne, has been working very closely with us and has been fantastic in helping us get what we need so far as resources and the funds that we need to conduct these efforts, which are very labor intensive and time consuming.
Okay, and I know you mentioned referenced data several times and the lack thereof. Is there anything we can do as a board to mandate that you get all the data you possibly need?
Well, there are already laws in effect that require medical providers to report disease statistics to us that we ask for. And at this point, it's just the logistics of us coming up with the systems that we need to be able to track this data a little bit better and report that out to the community in real time. I'm not a real big advocate for just reporting raw data on a daily basis as we might get it, because my philosophy is in health education, we know it's important to take medical health information that at times can be complex and frame that into a message to the public. And the message is that what does this information mean, and what can people do with that information to protect their health? So what I'd like to do is to periodically issue data to the public in terms of a message and a context around which to understand that data, so that people get accurate information as timely as we can do it and as transparently as we can do it, and yet allow people to use that information to protect themselves from this illness and those at high risk. That's one of my most important messages.
Thank you very much, Doctor, and keep it.
Thank you,
Anything we can
Supervisor.
do.
Mr. Stopper, did you have any questions or comment? Not? Go ahead.
Just when I brought up the chain of custodies earlier, my experience working with chain of custodies is there's a notification center or a section on every chain of custody, and if you had the hospital add public health to that notification part, you would get the information at the same time. I'm not sure if the hospital's COC looks like the ones I'm used to using, but that would be suggested to be added. That's all.
Point well taken, Supervisor Stopper.
Do you have anything?
And thank you for remaining vigilant for our community. I think this is a good time for us all to stand together and, support our community in the best way we can. And we appreciate the time that you put in for us, Dr. Kaleda.
Thank you.
Mr. Tuffanelli? Do you have anything? Mr. Mills?
Thank you. I found it rather interesting that the governor spoke yesterday to the number of people that went to the coast, but he did not speak to the number of people who went to Big Trees Village or came up into our area. You saw the sign outside of Murphy's that says, if you're not local, stay home. How do we get that message across to people who want to become tourists in our area and, in essence, move a risk into our area unknowingly?
Well, that's hard to answer. I'm not an expert in tourism or in the movement of people who have second homes, possibly, in Calaveras County. From what I've been told, there has been an influx of people who typically live outside of the community into Calaveras County because they may have second homes in certain areas of the community, Arnold, Copperopolis, Lake Tulloch, those kinds of areas. So normally the population of Calaveras County may be 46,500, you know better than I do, but that population may have, for the time being, swelled to some degree. I don't have any way of measuring that, so I can't give you any more detailed information on that. Again, I would like to go back to the concept of fear. And so I want to reassure the community that we are working on this around the clock, and I would like people to, instead of fear, to channel that into concern and vigilance, to institute personal protective and stay-at-home recommendations, but not to start to point fingers at other members of our community, not to start to stigmatize others if they happen to have come to their second home outside of our community, because we're in this together.
Thank you. Dr. Kaleda, I want to thank you for doing your other update last night, I'm not sure. And I think it's important you are the face of this for Calaveras, and doing it on a more frequent basis, I think really helps the community and helps all of us, so we appreciate that.
We can point the community towards the Calaveras County Public Health Facebook page, where I posted that video, where that video was posted by the public health staff last night, which it gives a little bit more detailed information, and we'll continue to do those things using social media, using press releases, using provider alerts to the medical community, using all of the tools of communication that we have at our disposal to continue to get information out there and update the community the best we can.
totally agree. I think all of us do. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your
We'll see you next
support.
week, and we'll see you on video.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Is there anybody else out there? No? Okay. I'm going to move to the next item. This is where we're going to sort of be tested on general comments.
General public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Okay, so here's where we go into our first test. If anyone has a public comment on an item not on the agenda, if you could please call the number that you see on your screen, whatever your screen looks like. We will at least try it for the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
So we have not received any written general public comments prior to the board meeting, just so you know.
Thank you. Okay, so
You should also state a time, what 5 minutes is, because of the delay in the video. 5 minutes to our viewers is not 5 minutes here. It's not the
Okay.
same end time, so
So
maybe...
I think I'll be gracious and do 5 minutes on their time and add a couple for good measure. I don't even know what time it is. It's 9.
It's right at the top.
Oh, is that working?
9:36.
Okay.
So the
that's
phone
not
number is, if you would like to make public comment, the phone number is area code 209-754-6896.
We'll wait till 9:41.
Well, let me call in and see if it works.
No. So
Okay.
just so you know what the process is, and so that people will understand what the process is, when you call the phone number listed, the 754-6896, your call will be answered in our office of the clerk recorder, and you will be given instructions and then transferred here to our office. We do have one call that's coming, so here we go.
Okay. And that they will be live.
They will be live.
And the rules are still 3 minutes.
The rules are still 3 minutes. People will be given a 30-second warning that they have 30 seconds remaining to finish their comment, and then the call will be disconnected.
Okay, could you connect the call, please?
It will be coming. I
Oh,
cannot do that until it's transferred.
Oh.
We have to wait.
God, you guys are...
I got this.
Okay. You are live with the Board of Supervisors. If you would like to give your name, please do so, and then begin your comments.
Even though you're not on the ground right now, I'm not going to give my name. Citizen number 13. I got out of bed to talk to you folks this morning. I hope everybody's having a productive meeting. I wasn't able to comment earlier for your closed session item. There was a problem with the phone system. But I'm going to comment during general public comment on some of the items, or not items, but some pertinent items to the general public and you. It was very interesting to hear the doctor's remarks, and I have to agree with him. We shouldn't stigmatize people. I noticed that there was a sign up in Murphy's saying locals only, and people have to understand that a lot of those people that are coming to the community own second homes, and they may rent them out, but they are their homes. That is their personal property, and they have the right to reside there. It has put somewhat of a stress on the local markets. Eggs and milk have been in short supply, but they're getting shipments soon. It is. I have to encourage you to communicate via email safely or over the phone with your constituents and remind them that this is a evolving situation, and there will be relief available through the state and federal government, and probably through the county as well. And you are the representative. As the representative, you have great contact with them, and you should use that. You are leaders in the community. I'd like to thank you for your time today. It is, I know really, I'm up here doing a little bit of self-quarantine, so I'm not really in the community, but I do appreciate the work that you folks are doing. Have a wonderful day. Wave if you heard me. No wave? Okay, take care, guys. Bye-bye. Have a good...
Okay, we will have another call in just one moment.
Success. Success.
This one's big bull. Yeah, this one, number 12. No, not 13. He mentioned 13.
You are live with the Board of Supervisors. If you would like to give your name, please do so, and then begin your comments.
Yes, it's Vicki Reinke, and my comments are about holding public meetings during this crisis with the coronavirus. And my comment is that the staff should, or the board should only be doing essential agenda items, and should not be doing agenda items that are not of essential running of our county. People, I fortunately can get online and watch this meeting, but there's many people in our county who don't have that access to the internet the way that some do. And not being able to be there to give public comment on agenda items is very critical. Our discussions are based a lot on listening to the presentations, hearing what the Board of Supervisors have to say, and then making our comments, and that cannot happen with this system. So anyway, I wanted to make that point, and we'll see how the rest of the meeting goes. Thank you.
So there's no calls at the moment.
Well, why don't,
5 minutes.
yeah, we will wait until,
Upper left corner. Says
okay,
9:43 right
we'll wait till 9:50, and then we will close public comment.
You are live with the Board of Supervisors. If you would like to give your name, please do so and then begin your comments.
Jeremy Maddox, I would like to, that distribution needs to be pushed further into our county so that local cultivators that are in the new program can keep distribution here and they can locally provide
I'll do
to
that.
local stores and dispensaries.
Jeremy,
Sorry. Hello.
this is Marita.
You're going to have to just say it.
That item is going to be discussed later, unless you have something you want to say that's not scheduled on the agenda. Please proceed.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time understanding you.
Oh, the
So
clerk.
that item is on our agenda. It's item 25.
thought I was making a public comment.
You can make a general public comment for any item not on the agenda today.
Oh, sorry. I'll let you guys go. Good job, guys. Keep
Thank
going.
you.
Big pizza. Talk to you. Good night.
You could call in when it's on.
That's what she told them?
No.
She didn't tell them?
Say that.
What?
So you can't. I think he's confused. Can you explain to people while we're waiting that you can call in again as we go through each agenda item?
Yes.
You can call in for public comment on each agenda item, because I don't think that was clear.
Okay. Just to let you know, on every agenda item, when it comes up, you are welcome to call in and discuss, just as if you were here in the boardroom, on any item that is up for discussion. This point, it's just for general comments on items not on the agenda.
And then how do we handle the consent agenda if somebody from the public wants to pull?
I'll ask them, and then we'll
I'm
wait.
just making sure we're getting it out of the way.
We're working.
So in answer to your question, Supervisor Toffenelli, on our agenda, we gave very specific written instructions that said that people could provide general public comment and they could call in or provide email for every agenda item.
And I'm well aware of it. I read that, but I'm not sure everybody read it or understand exactly what's going on here.
We don't, that's true.
So I just want to keep repeating it so
Okay.
people know and understand.
Good point.
We have another call coming. You are live with the Board of Supervisors. If you would like to give your name, please do so and then begin your comment.
Hello there, everybody. I'm not going to give my name, and I just want to give this message to that lame duck that's on there.
That was
I am closing public comment. I'm going to move to the consent agenda item, and just for protocol, again, like before, you'll be able to call in on any consent agenda item that you would like to have pulled and discuss. Madam Clerk, could you please read consent?
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Okay, staff has pulled item 12 for future use. If any member of the public is the,
Does that mean future use?
for future, for down the road.
It's being withdrawn?
It's withdrawn, is that the right word?
Oh,
Okay, thank you.
Future use.
Sorry.
We're going to use it later.
I'd like to have a motion when we
So,
get to that.
do we have to have a motion to
When we
pull?
get to, when we finish the consent agenda, yes.
But not on, if staff member pulls item 12. We still do?
If I'm understanding correctly, if staff is just looking to continue this precise item to a future meeting, then the board would make a motion on that, yes. And
That's
so
correct.
if that is what's happening as opposed to it actually just being removed.
Mr. Alt, did staff just want to
It's just being moved,
moved it down the road?
To
not
next-
withdrawn.
To the next meeting.
Do we need to vote on that? Oh, geez, tomatoes.
Yes.
Yes.
May I have a motion?
Wait.
What is the system telling us to do?
What the clerk is recommending that you do is when an item is tabled, it will need a vote. Since it's being removed from the consent agenda, then you would act on it after you have addressed the remainder of the consent agenda.
All right. Does any member of the board or staff wish to pull an item on consent? Does any member of the public have an item on consent that they would like to pull?
The public would like to pull item 9.
Okay.
Will you be setting a 5-minute time period
Oh,
for
that's
people
a
to
good
call in?
idea. Yeah.
So that would be at 9:58. Thank you. Not yet. We're waiting for the 5 minutes for the public to call in to pull items. Yes, this was before the 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon timeline.
Sue, we have a specific question.
There are 2 emails, yes.
Can, in the future, can we, while we're waiting, move on to and get a motion for the remainder, since nobody wanted to pull anything and go through that, or do we have to wait?
We have to wait 5 minutes to see if anybody's going to call in to see if they want to pull
Well, I
anything.
understand we have to wait 5 minutes, but, well, yeah, I guess we have to see if anybody wants to pull anything else.
It's already been,
Okay, public comment time for pulling an item on consent is closed.
we need your microphone, please.
The time for pulling items on consent are closed. We will ask Rebecca Turner, the clerk, to address the question that has
Could
come
we
up.
Could we please have an action on the rest of the consent agenda?
Madam, may I move the rest of the consent agenda?
I'll second.
Yeah, motion by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor Garriman, Toffanelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, passes on a 5-0 vote of the board.
It's, you did it last week, too.
What? I know. Would you two change?
Item 9 is from the Elections Office to adopt a resolution to declare the results of the canvass for the presidential primary election held on March 3rd, 2020.
And the question, comment is?
So the questions, the first is from Trevor Whitkey. He says, "Hello, Board. I have requested that consent agenda item 9 be pulled in order to get some clarification from Supervisor Dennis Mills regarding statements his campaign made regarding the integrity of the local election. As noted in the Calaveras Enterprise referencing a Facebook post on the Mills campaign's Facebook page, quote, in the post, Mills stated that there were a number of reports of problems throughout the county with the elections, and that he is working with officials to ensure that all legitimate votes are counted. What reported problems, if any, occurred? What officials, if any, did Supervisor Mills work with to ensure all legitimate votes were counted? What specifically did Supervisor Mills do to ensure all legitimate votes were counted? Now that the final count is in and it is clear that Amanda Follendorf has emerged victorious, will you, Supervisor Mills, concede?
Oh, God, I'm sorry. I thought
The
you were-
second emailed comment is from Jennifer Smith. Per direction of the agenda packet, I'm submitting my public comment in writing to the clerk of the board. I would like to request that agenda item number 9 be pulled from the consent agenda. I feel that our election results are too important to be included in a consent agenda. Items of concern with regarding the election, and the reason that I request this is that, 1, sitting supervisor and candidate Dennis Mills claimed that there were quote-unquote problems with the elections and that he worked with quote-unquote officials regarding these problems. I think that our citizens deserve a clear explanation of this claim. 2, there have been accusations of ballot harvesting. Has this issue been investigated? I appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Turner, you were just to address what the process was for the election system, and I understand the other comments, but the issue before us is to declare the results of the canvass. If there were any problems that you encountered, if you could address them, fine. Otherwise, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Rebecca Turner, County Elections Official. I brought the canvass before you because we did not foresee any issues. We did do a manual tally to ensure that the votes were calculated correctly, and they were. We canvassed back through everything that happened at vote centers, the ballots we issued and returned, and there were no foreseeable problems or any reason to believe that the election tally as presented is not correct.
Did you run into any issues or concerns during this new time of voting, the new system?
Overall, everything went very smooth. We actually had our highest turnout in over 12 years for a primary election. I would say we went through a change in our election procedure, but we didn't, from that change, see any significant impact to the votes.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the board? Okay. I will entertain a motion on item 9.
You have to ask for public comment and allow a 5-minute time period.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Part of my learning curve.
So until 10:07?
Until 10:07, we will allow for public comment.
I'm sorry, what? I did. You are live with the Board of Supervisors. Please, if you would like to give your name, please do so and then begin your comments. Or if you're pulling an item, please tell us which item. This item, I'm sorry.
Good morning, this is Beth Whitkey, and I just have a procedural question about certifying an election. I'm wondering if a candidate, I'm wondering about recusal, given that Supervisor Mills brought up all these questions with the election. My concern is that there may be some bias going in, and so I really would like it if he answered some of the questions that were posed in written public comment, and I'm just curious to see if there will be any recusals. Thank you.
Oh, hold on, please. You're live with the Board of Supervisors. If you would like to give your name, please do so and then begin your comment.
Good morning. I'd like to see the board address the concerns of the two written comments that were submitted before the deadline. I think it's a sad state of affairs that you guys aren't addressing that. Thanks.
Public comments closed.
Okay, public comment period is closed. I will address some of that. What is before the board is to adopt a resolution declaring the results of the canvass for the presidential election that was held March 3, 2020. The presidential primary election. Mr. Mills does not have to answer any of those questions. The board is not in the position of answering those questions. If Supervisor Mills wishes to recuse himself, he can do that. That is at his discretion. Having been in this position before, 5 years ago, I was on the board when I voted to approve the canvass, which also said that I lost. Was it painful? Absolutely. But that was my choice, and in this case, it's also Mr. Mills' choice. So if there's no comments from the board, I could have a motion, please. So the motion dies for lack.
I'll move this item, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Tuffanelli. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Supervisor Mills seconds this item. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board.
Item 12 is from Public Works to direct the purchasing agent to issue a blanket purchase order to Brannan Tire in an amount not to exceed $60,000 for a period of July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020.
May I have a motion? I don't.
You want staff,
But
or you
he's pulling it to move it forward.
No, he
Not-
wanted to speak to it. He
So
wanted to
staff
speak
in the
to it.
admin office has requested this be moved to the next.
To the next meeting.
Madam,
Then we have to allow for public comment.
Right.
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Bonnie Rich Administration. I had an opportunity to discuss this item with the Director of Public Works, and there was a breakdown in communication. We also have the Sheriff's Office that has a need. They purchased similar tires from the same vendor. So out of consideration for making sure the Department of Public Works continues to get what they need, I'm going to ask that this board go ahead and approve this item, but just know that I'm going to be coming back with a second item for the sheriff's office. Does that make sense?
Yes, what you're asking is that we approve the item, but you're going to come back with the same one instead of commingling them at another time.
Correct. There is an overall county-wide need. It's not just limited to Public
Correct.
Works and IWM. So let them continue to do business, and I'll come back with the second item for the
Okay.
sheriff's office.
Any questions from the board?
Let's be clear, we're not commingling anything.
We're 6 feet apart.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. Okay. Were there any public comments on this item? I'll hold public comment open till 10:15. Thank you. Oh, no, just wait, just in case. Thank you.
It's like 3 levels, that's all bad. That's how it begins. Hoarding throughout.
My tires can't go in the truck, is that what you're saying?
Sin. Never the two shall
I'm just
meet.
sort of trying to reduce paperwork here. I'm just,
R16s or 17s? Just
no, that's not.
on different cars. Because otherwise that'd be really weird.
Depends on the circumference of the tire outside, right?
I am not a motorhead, but I guess I got enough tires.
Yeah. Tires are cheap, not cheap.
Hell no, I told Clay we didn't need a new car, we needed snow tires, and then it started snowing. Then it started snowing, but then
Do
it
you
was ski
have to
season.
buy snow tires with stuff and change them? Just get aggressive.
I just get good tires. It's a spinning rims, just really.
The spinners?
Oh, yeah. I like my rims cut. Good. Dog thinks so.
Jack, your microphone is on.
Pardon?
Your microphone is on.
That'd be interesting.
The spinners on your ranch truck.
They're not a ranch truck.
I did 20s for that.
Okay. The opportunity for public comment. I'll just leave it on. Thank you. Opportunity for public comment is closed on this item. May I have a motion?
I'll move this item, Madam Chair.
Motion by
Second.
Supervisor Toffenelli, second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0 vote. Thank you.
Susan, could you please remove the call? Thank you.
We're going to be moving to the regular agenda item. I'd like to take a 3-minute break, please. I'd like to reconvene the meeting, and we will be moving into regular agenda. Madam Clerk, could you do item 19, please?
Item 19 is from the Administrative Office, pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 13869.7B, the Board may choose to provide comments regarding Murphy's Fire Protection District's proposed ordinance, which would become part of the district's public hearing record.
Thank you. We have before us the proposed ordinance for Murphy's Fire Protection District, and with us to maybe answer any questions is the fire chief. I was thinking of your dad, I'm sorry. Chief Wilkes, Brian Wilkes, and our fire marshal from Ryan Bain is here to answer any questions. They are part of our EOC group, and thank you. So all of you have had the opportunity to read the district's proposed ordinance. Chief, is there anything you wanted to say on behalf of the fire district? Or maybe I should put our county council up there, since she's been
very
intimately involved in this.
Yeah, so this has been a long process for us. We've been working on this for several years now. I've been the chief for 3 years now, and it's been on my plate since day one, basically, to get this moved through. So a lot of back and forth. We were very close to getting this in front of you last year, and then we came to the point where the fire code was going to be updated again. So we paused and brought it into this year so we can update the most current, or include the most current fire code in this. So that's why we've had a few delays, a lot of back and forth with Sarah, which I really got to appreciate all of your help. This is a lot of work, and Ryan, who pretty much wrote this thing. So it's for the betterment of the community. That's why we're pushing this through, and to give us some assistance in taking care of some of the fire threat that we have in our area. So that's why we're here.
Well, I know on behalf of my constituents that you serve, and I know you do, Supervisor Mills, they are really looking forward to having this ordinance in place. Supervisor Mills, did you have any comments or questions you'd like to make to the chief?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. The concern would be are we coordinating well with the other fire districts? I'm thinking consolidated, and whether or not they might be able to implement a similar plan, and how quickly that's up to them to do. But that level of coordination through the JPA, I think, will be critical to the success of it as it moves through the rest of the districts in the county. Have you worked on that with them?
Honestly, no. A lot of our work on this was directly with Evans Pass Fire District, because they have an ordinance that's in place that's very similar to this. And we mirrored a lot of the stuff that they're doing already and have been for several years. I know Calco Central are kind of doing their own thing as well. And I think one of the things with ours that we're not implementing is any exaction fees or anything like that are not included in this. Everything that's included in this is only fees for service and fees that we would recoup from services that we provided. So I think some of the other agencies were having to get nexus studies done and things like that to include in that, which isn't part of ours. So, thank you.
Yes, Supervisor.
Thank you very much. I'm not exactly clear why what our role is in this. You guys are an independent board. What you do doesn't impact my fire districts, except as friends and figuring out how to work together. So what are we doing here?
Well, the Health and Safety Code requires that the fire district that's within a county, that we present it to the county for comment.
Okay.
It's part of the Health and Safety Code, section 13869.7B.
So we can give you our comments, but we have no authority over this. This is your game.
Right now, no. Later on, when we take it to our board, it's all part of the public comment portion of this, which is included today. It's my understanding, Sarah can correct me if I'm wrong, but when we take it back to our board for approval, it comes back to you for final approval, and then...
It does. The fire district law, which is in the Health and Safety Code, dictates, just as Chief said, that so this stage of the game, the board can provide any comments it wishes to the district. Then the district board, that would become part of their hearing record. They adopt their ordinance, and then it comes back to the Board of Supervisors for ratification.
But if we approve it, I mean, that's not, I'm not going to have what I haven't talked to my chiefs about this.
Well, today is-
I want to make sure we're putting stuff on them.
Right, so today is not any sort of approval. This is the board's opportunity to provide any comments that it may have. The district then takes those into consideration. Those become part of their hearing record. You're correct, the district board adopts the ordinance, and then it will come back to this board for ratification.
And Mr. Greenman, I think I may have heard that you were concerned about your constituents and your districts. This would have nothing to do with anybody other than the Murphy's Fire Protection District and our district itself.
I mean, I don't have any objection to it. I just, you would want your supervisor checking off with you as well.
Absolutely, I agree.
Okay, if there's no other comments from the board at this time, I'd like to open it for public comment, and we will go to 10:30. Close public comment time at the moment. Supervisor Mills?
Just one more question for the chief. What point do you think that you'll be able to have this implemented? Is this something that you think your board can get through and have it in place by this summer and begin to start doing a lot of this?
I think that's the plan. There's some time constraints that we have based on the public access code, or law, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of it. I'm looking at Sarah for some help here. But we do have some time periods that we have to adhere by, public comment periods and other things that need to be done.
Just as with adoption of any ordinance, those provisions of the government code apply, but those don't change. But I presume the district will be moving quickly to get in.
Just looking for timelines is all.
Yeah, I'd love to have it in by summer. With the meeting rules and things that are going on right now, I'm not sure. We're probably going to have to play the same game that we're doing here today with the phone and everything else and just let everybody be involved in it. But we just want to get it done as soon as we can for sure.
Congratulations for doing this much work.
Thank you. Yeah, I hand it to my fire marshal here for all the back and forths here. So, thank you.
Supervisor Tuffanelli?
I do have a couple questions. Yeah. I didn't hear anything from either one of my fire chiefs that are in my district. And I'm assuming you guys are part of the JPA that was formed.
Sure.
Did you circulate this at the JPA and for their comments at all?
Honestly, no. Each district, at least my understanding, has been kind of working on their own stuff for several years now. My fire marshal was able to finally sit down, hunker down with myself and just get ours to a point now that we're progressing at a rapid pace to get it done as fast as we can. A couple of fire seasons ago, it really lit a fire under us, excuse the pun, to really start thinking about getting this done as soon as possible so we can get these implemented. So, yeah, at the JPL level, we do discuss, and even at the fire chief's level, discuss, what other districts are doing, but not in depth that this was passed around to any of the other agencies. So, but anybody asks for it, we obviously would provide it to them for sure.
Thank you.
You bet.
Supervisor Stoffer?
Reading through this, I mean, there's a couple small things I just think that, to bring to light. 503.2.3, suburban and rural water supply storage. Swimming pools and ponds shall not be considered water storage for the purposes of firefighting. Now, I understand each fire district is its own in respect, and, different areas have different applications when they go in. But for example, Toyon Middle School has its own wastewater facility because it's outside any region of services provided. That wastewater facility goes into a pond, and that pond charges a fire system for that school. And I think something like this could limit you in the future because, look, you're Murphy's fire district, but you don't just cover Murphy's. You cover a broad area throughout the area. And when in the future, with certain development coming in, you may want to reconsider that because certain type of development doesn't necessarily have the services or facilities to be able to apply it the way downtown Murphy's does. So, maybe give an acre footage of a pond per se and what type of system comes off of that. But I think limiting yourself on something on storage like that could be rethought. Just a thought.
Thank you.
Did you want to make any comments on that?
Well, I got to refer that kind of stuff to my fire marshal, who's the expert in fire code and why that stuff's written in the code.
So the reason that we put that in there is more or less for reliability. As you're building a new building, coming out there and saying, "Hey, we've got this, swimming pool that we want to use as our water storage," and it presents a lot of issues. It presents issues with access, fire equipment access, and also reliability. Hey, we drained our pool this week, so sorry, we don't have any firefighting resources available for you. So basically what I'm after is water tank storage, something like a private hydrant system that's run off of wastewater. We'll look at that on an individual basis, but basically it's for reliability of this water sources.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes complete sense. I understand that. Like the Toyon, for example, during the summer when school's out, they're required to keep it full. They have to use their wells to keep it so full for that very reason.
Right.
So,
I wanted to circle back to the county as a whole, all of the districts. When I did write this, I did look at other, like Chief said, Ebbets Pass Fire District ordinance and also Calco. Very, very similar ordinances, and if we were to do a JPA where everybody jumped on board with an ordinance like this, it's going to be pretty easy. And there's nothing out here that's really outlandish, that's, hey, this is going to be Murphy specific. It's going to be more or less, hey, these are our fees because these are the salaries that we pay and what we're trying to recoup, for things such as plan reviews or inspection fees or something like that. So, on a whole, I mean, like I said, that's about the only thing that's really going to be specific to Murphy's Fire.
Okay, anything else? Diane, was there anybody waiting in the wings?
You haven't opened public comment yet.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, yeah, you did. No, there was no. I'm sorry.
I'd like a motion for this with designating no written comment.
I'll move the item, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0. Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you,
gentlemen.
Mr. Bain. I'd like to move to item 20.
Item 20 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution authorizing revisions to the job description for road maintenance worker 1, 2, 3, and also the job description and classification title for Public Works Inspector 1, 2, effective at board adoption.
Are there any questions, comments from the board? I'd like to open to public comment. Public comment will go to 10:40. As long as I open it up for public comment, for any public comment who wish to call in.
Okay.
Fine. Is there anything that, to me, it was very self-explanatory, so is there anything you'd like to add outside of what was in the staff report?
No, I think it was very self-explanatory. They were the purpose of the changes to the two job descriptions. The Public Works Inspector was to create a 1-2 series, the one being an entry-level trainee so that employees could be trained up. And then the road maintenance worker, 3, changing the commercial CDL as recommended and not mandatory.
Okay. Any comments to Judy?
Judy, SCI, you good with all this?
Yes.
We confirm?
Yes, we
Solid?
have met and confer. I have the email that they approve of the changes.
Thank you.
We didn't meet in person. It was done through emails.
It's a new world.
Just wait until we get any, so I'm holding public comment open till 10:42.
Okay.
What? Okay, thank you. All right, there being no public comment, I'd like to bring this item back to the board for a motion. Is there one, please?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Toffenelli. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0 vote. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Is, could you see if Nancy's in the back? She can come in.
She's in the front trying to get it. Oh,
She's going around. She's going around.
So item 21 is from the library to authorize the Calaveras County Librarian to accept a grant from the California State Library in the amount of $248,969 for engaging families through the library's Shared Vision project.
Thank you.
Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning. Thank you. The clerk's already read the item. Would
Thank
you
you. I'm
like to
sorry.
discuss it?
Thank you, Board. Nancy Giddens, County Librarian, thank you very much for continuing with the business, allowing us to move forward with the things that we have planned for our departments. I'm very happy to bring you good news today that our library system has been awarded by the State Library a grant at the sum of $248,969, which I know is small potatoes for some departments, but it's huge for us. I'd also like to just say thank you for your support of the library, because you have supported our efforts over the almost 4 years now that I've been here. We have been able to improve and expand our services to children and families. Because of that, our library system, amongst all the library systems in the state, was one of very few who was deemed to have a high readiness factor. So I was able actually to apply for this grant January 18th. The grant does not officially open until April 8th. So we actually received the funding for this grant long before other libraries had even submitted their plans. So it was because you've supported us and allowed us to move ahead. We have an ongoing program that we'll now add to and expand further. So thank you very much for your support. We have designed a program called Engaging Families Through the Library in Calaveras County. This grant has 3 basic components. One, a staffing component of 2 limited term, limited hours also, obviously, employees who will assist with the planning, purchasing, and implementation of this grant. About $45,000 for materials that we will purchase and support materials for the program. And then the last piece, the biggest piece, is we will receive $120,000 to go toward the purchase of a bookmobile. This is very exciting for me because we have several areas in our county that we have not been able to deliver services to. Yes, we have 8 branches, which is very, very good for a county this size, but there are some areas that have expressed to me, we want a branch. District 5 down Highway 26 is one of those. Mountain Ranch is another community that at one time did have a branch library, and they're saying, when will we get it again? And I think we all know that brick and mortar sites are probably not in our future for more sites for this county, but a mobile unit will allow us to deliver services to these communities that we would not be able to deliver. I'm very happy that if you approve this today and we can move ahead with this purchase, we'll be able to deliver service to Railroad Flat. Their school is being closed next year. I think to be able to take resources and materials and programming through our bookmobile to that community would really be an uplifting thing for them. I would love to see how we can reach better our Native community in West Point. I think that a vehicle like this would help with that outreach. I'm sure you're all thinking of, yes, what about mine? And we're open to all suggestions of where we might go. I'm very pleased to be able to put into our planning now some morning hours for Valley Springs and West Point, two communities where we only have afternoon hours because our site is at a school. So I'm not talking about going down there every morning or anything, but we could offer a morning a week to those communities, which I think would be really, really a help. There is a component in the grant for a 20% match. The Friends of the Library will help with this. They have guaranteed that $50,000, but they will be reaching out to other communities to donate toward particularly the bookmobile to community groups, which will benefit greatly from this enhanced and enlarged service. So I ask you today to receive this grant. Allow me to receive it so that we can begin the process of enlarging our programming, purchasing the items that we need, and also planning the specifics and the specs of our bookmobile. The State Library has added to this grant about $7,500 that is on them to employ a consultant who has vast experience in constructing and designing bookmobiles. And we will be able to use him in both the planning of what we will have and writing the RFP for this purchase. So that's a very great boon for us. You may think bookmobiles, how passé, but actually there is such a high demand right now for this because many library systems are realizing, like we are, that it's a very, very good way to deliver services to underserved areas. So there may be, we're getting a jump start on this for the California libraries because we got this early grant approval, but we're looking at least a 9-month wait after we order our vehicle, so it will be excited to get going on this as quickly as we can. So, thank you.
Does the board have any comments or questions? Mr. Stopper?
Thank you for moving forward on this, Nancy. It's fabulous that we're moving towards families and younger children and getting more engaged with them right now. As we know, it's a different generation. A lot of them are on their devices and stuff, and getting them engaged in a community program like this, stimulating their intellect and thoughts through reading and taking it to them is, it's thinking outside the box. It's not what the, old style library was, but, today's a new age, and this is a great way to do it. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Nancy, for going after this. Sometimes you have to be aggressive to be able to get in front of.
My motto is, if you don't ask, the answer is always no.
Of course, and then it still might be no. As we look to our economy right now and potentially a budget reset, what do you see as potential future obligations in years 2 through 5? Because once we get this in place, we're going to want to keep it going and keep it moving forward, and there's going to have to be some give and take in a budget process as to how to make that work for you in those out years.
Yes.
Have you thought about that?
Yes, I have. There will be increased cost for fuel and maintenance. There's nothing I can do to allay that. However, even we're getting some extra hours from staff with these limited term employees for 2 years. But even after that, we believe that we can service many of the areas that we want to service with existing staff. We will also reconfigure hours, maybe not be open as long in some areas as we are presently, and use those staff hours to deliver services mobilely. So that's my long-term plan. Hopefully, we will have recovered and be in a good position to even expand this service. But if we can't, I believe that we can still carry it on with the staff that we have. Thank you.
Mr. Garamendi.
I just want to add to the chorus of thank you, Nancy, for going out and getting these mobile book vans. It's, as Vince pointed out, it's a different world, but this is how we can provide services, especially as we face uncertain future. I'm sure there's a lot of moms and dads that would love to have that mobile book van available right now to help them out at home. But I just really want to thank you and keep going. I think that the libraries are an important part of restoring normalcy when we're through this. And they are not the libraries we all grew up in. Your library is loud and things going on and people learning. It's a very exciting place. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to, if there's no comments at this time, I'd like to open it for public comment on this item. The phone number is up on the screen, and it'll be open for public comment till 10:57.
Food should be on there. I thought I did. I told you I wasn't the same as you.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, 6-inch vegetarian sub with a bottle of water.
I'm sorry, I just...
So you need to write 2 on there. I thought she did.
Write it down, man.
Yeah, add a couple things in my sandwich.
That's actually...
Here.
Nancy, we're on the screen and stuff.
So, people can hear you. Okay.
I am on.
You are now.
God dang.
I turned you on.
Yeah, thank you.
Let the record show there were no public comments on this item. I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Motion by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor
I'll second it.
Second.
Tuffanelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0. Thank you. Nancy, you can
Thank
you.
bring us money anytime.
Oh, thank you. And may I just invite you all to go onto calaveraslibrary.com, and you'll see the services that even though we are discretionary, not essential services, we're doing all that we can to give services to the community. So please look at that. We have lots of things in place. I won't talk to you about it, but Mr. Stopper, what you said, a lot of our vendors are giving our patrons free online services during this time. So library community really pulls together and steps up. So do go online. We have all kinds of ebooks, videos, great courses if you want to learn to cook Mediterranean.
So we can get books online.
You can get books online. You can get all kinds of online resources. So please look
Thank
at
you.
our website. Thank you.
Nancy, thank you very much. Keep up the good work for the community. We appreciate it.
I'd like to move to item 22. Madam Clerk.
Item 22 is from the Administrative Office to approve Administrative Policy Number 001-2020, the grant policy.
Okay. Mr. Alt, did you want to take this?
Krista did mention that she wanted to speak to it. She was going to come in and introduce the item. I'm sure and there she is.
She had a long commute.
That minute and a half delay that we have. Then it's a special, 25. Your special.
Does,
So good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Krista Von Lotte, Deputy CAO. Here to bring back the grant item, and at this point I'd just like to open it for questions. I know we went over it relatively well the last time we were here. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
are there any questions? The board did have some questions or concern at our last meeting.
I'm just going to make it public that originally when this was heard during the meeting, I was absent. I did view the entire thing from that meeting, and then I reviewed it once again prior to today. So I'm familiar with everything that was said during that meeting.
Are there any questions at this time? I will open it to public comment. If anyone would like to call in, the number is on the screen. And we will go for till 11:06.
Thank you, Supervisor Garrett.
No, we have to exercise.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
You can go back to your office and come back in 3 minutes. 4 minutes. Your profile's on there. Every time, they'll bring them home, and I'll be like, no, but I always lose,
My grandma adopted dogs years out of the shelter up here. And she'd always go in and pick a dog, a called Shadow.
That's the stop sign.
Seriously?
Yeah.
She's been dead for 3 years, so I doubt that's hers. But
Yeah. Because he said, Ethan said his presentation's about an hour or so, and we're going to go back into closed session. We're going to lunch at closed session and then come back. So,
You're going to move it till after lunch.
yeah. What did I say?
Sometimes she calls me stuff.
Only 11 o'clock.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
I don't think the next two items.
You're correct.
did I say we're going till 7?
11:06.
11:06.
11:06.
Okay.
Tom still hasn't called me. I'm not calling him. I'm going to do it.
I don't want to be the conduit.
It has to be a...
Yeah, I didn't catch it.
Got it. I'll have to get on my personal iPad. So is Denise one of the people that would be in,
Yes.
whatever, but
She has underlying condition, which is over 65. So, yes, she is one that we're keeping. Absolutely.
okay.
She's mad.
Because she's isolated.
I'm the only one she sees.
So
It's not
the
my
kids
fault.
can't come?
It's-
Yes, it
They
is.
keep it doing that Sunday.
Huh?
23 and 24 is it's called public comment on both.
Yes.
You just do public comment. Do you want to do 24 and 25? which
Sorry,
is
I
the
didn't
one
hear
where-
what it was.
23 and 24
Together.
together, so we
Yeah.
only have to do this way comments once.
Sure. And what we're going to do is, I'm going to move 25 to this afternoon to 1 o'clock, because we're going to eat lunch in our
Do the
closed session.
But I think if we could do those two.
Got
There's
it,
gonna be
got
much
it,
debate about it.
got it, got
Can we
it,
do that, Counselor?
got it.
Okay, just checking.
It's not a Brown Act violation.
Anyway, we'll call the governor and,
Maria's been waiting to hear that.
Yeah,
30, 25 minutes.
Thing going on with the texting.
Madam Chair?
You,
Madam Chair?
you and Jack and Ben.
huh? Seeing that there was no public comment on this item, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I am going to be supporting this item. I think we're very cumbersome in our approach, and we have a lot of staff time and paper time that goes through the process, and I really appreciate trying to make it more efficient for everyone concerned. Is there any further comment on this item? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Motion by Supervisor Mills, second
Second.
by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0. Thank you very much. As long as we're always being a little bit different, right now I'm going to take item 23 and 24 since they are closely aligned, and when I open public comment, you can comment on item 23 and on either 23 and 24. Madam Clerk.
Item 23 is from Economic and Community Development to make a finding of public benefit and to approve and authorize the board chair to execute the Mountain Ranch Youth Alliance lease for a 5-year term ending June 30th, 2025, with an annual lease amount of $1. Item 24 is also from Economic and Community Development to make a finding of public benefit and approve and authorize the board chair to execute the Mountain Ranch Community Club lease for a 5-year term ending June 30th, 2025, with an annual lease amount of $1.
Yes.
Good morning, Good morning, Madam Chair and Honorable Board of Supervisors. Kathy Galino from Calaveras Economic and Community Development, bringing before you 2 lease agreements, one for the Mountain Ranch Youth Alliance and one for the Mountain Ranch Community Club to continue services, providing community services, a park, a resource center for our communities in Mountain Ranch and around the county.
Okay.
Any questions?
Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Garamendi.
I'd like to, Kathy, I'd like to thank you for all the work that you've put in on these. I know you've put in innumerable hours over the last 6 months, really trying to move these forward and getting them cleaned up, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other? I'm going to,
We have public comment.
thank you.
We do.
Oh,
So we've received 2 emailed comments. The first is from Allison Charter Smith. On behalf of the Mountain Ranch Youth Alliance Board, our volunteers, and our food pantry clients, we wish to thank the Board of Supervisors, Catherine Galino, and other county departments who have assisted in the creation of this partnership with our organization for the benefit of the community of Mountain Ranch. During these challenging times, we are grateful to be able to assist our community members who are most in need with the maintenance of the Mountain Ranch Food Pantry food distribution program with allowance for curbside pickup. We look forward to the distant future in again serving our community with our children's programs, Lunch with Us community food program, and our other community events. Second email is received from Anita McGee Hunt. My name is Anita McGee Hunt, and I am the president of the Mountain Ranch Community Club. We wish to thank Catherine Galino and Jack Garamendi for the assistance provided us in the contractual arrangements involved for the park lease. We are pleased to work with the county in keeping this vital part of our community operational and safe for all of us. We particularly are pleased that the Mountain Ranch Youth Alliance has been tasked with helping us pay for the well, which provides all of each entity's water, which the club owns, until such time as the new well is drilled at the park by the county to serve their needs.
Again, the phone number, if you'd like to call in on this item, is on the screen, and we will open public comment till 11:15. Just for information, on item 25, we will be taking that item up this afternoon, starting at 1 o'clock.
Stop all the meetings.
I'm not going, we're not going to. I hear from them every day. I pretty
I hear
much
from them
every
too
day.
every day.
Yeah.
But you're not going anymore?
Well, because we're not having school.
Because you're not having them.
Yeah.
That's why I said that council.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, because I get emails every day.
I really like what they put out.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I disagree with it.
What stuff do you disagree with? I like just the
Where
facts.
larger, where they're geared towards more larger counties.
Well, I like, what I like are the facts that they put in.
No, I don't have a problem with that. Other stuff. I'm not a big CSAC fan. RCRs, yeah. Exactly. More geared towards bigger counties. I know there's sections in suburban, rural.
No, Paul and I fought for Chip. He got it and then he quit. Yeah. I know. I know I did. Paul was pretty much a good supervisor. He did a lot of things, and I don't agree, but,
Actually, it was a good supervisor
Yeah.
too. He came for sure.
Yeah.
But I was personal.
and he wrote a book. I read his book. Cog. You know, Cog's not easy. Transportation funding is really convoluted and difficult.
It is.
It's just a different philosophy. We'll talk.
Sometimes.
Later?
Mm.
Not the highest.
Okay, I'm closing public comment on item 2324. I will take these as separate votes. And Mr. Garamendi, did you want to make the motion?
Madam Chair, I'd love to make a motion.
Microphone on.
You want to do separate votes or one motion?
Separate vote. We'll do
So
separate.
Make a motion to accept item number 23.
Second?
Motion by Supervisor Garamendi, second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Item 24.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept item 24.
Second?
Motion by Supervisor Garamendi, second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Again, item 25, we will take that up at 1 o'clock. We will be adjourning back into closed session. Thank you. And
Thank you for the work
public.
on this, Kathy.
Okay, Susan, ready? I'd like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors, and we're going to move to item 25. Madam Clerk?
So the report of closed session at lunchtime.
Oh.
Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957A, conference with counsel regarding matters posing a threat to the security of public buildings, essential public services, or the public's right of access to public services or facilities. There was no reportable action taken.
I need to thank the clerk because it's so unusual for us to go into closed session during a board meeting, and I did forget that, so thank you. Now we're back on target. Could you please go to item 25?
Absolutely. Item 25 is from the Administrative Office to receive a presentation and update on the implementation of the commercial cannabis program and direct staff regarding proposed policy changes and ordinance amendments.
All right, this is how I want to manage this section. I am going to be asking Mr. Turner to please do his total presentation. I'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments at that time. I will then open it up for public comment. The 5-minute waiting period does not hold till after we receive what I assume will be many public comments. And then after the last one, then I might wait 5 minutes, and I will close public comment and bring it back to the board to start maybe giving some direction to staff. Okay. Mr. Turner, could you please proceed?
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Ethan Turner. I'm the Interim Director of the Division of Cannabis Control. I'll be doing a presentation this afternoon that covers the status of the program, provides you with a brief explanation of the process that applicants have to go through. So if there's some terminology at the beginning that you don't understand when I'm presenting it out, it'll be clarified as I talk about the application process. Following that, I'll present a variety of policy questions. The way the PowerPoint is set up, policy questions are posed throughout the presentation, but as the chair indicated, we're going to answer those questions at the end of the meeting. So with that, I'll begin. To date, we've received 101 pre-applications. Of those, 36 have come in, paid their fees, submitted their applications, their property diagrams, the regulatory compliance questionnaires, and paid their fees. The total fees we've received to date is $452,196. There was going to be several more fees paid this week, but I canceled the appointments due to the coronavirus situation, and staff is currently working on ways to work around the current situation and continue to serve the needs of our applicants. The total footprint of the program currently is we've got 11,250 square feet of indoor cultivation under the conditionally authorized applications, and 3.84 acres of mixed light cultivation and 19.1 acres of outdoor cultivation. And these are the ones that are conditionally authorized. I think these are the individuals that have a high probability of making it to begin cultivation this season. And that constitutes those that have paid the fee so far. And this is a map that our GIS department created. It sort of shows the distribution of the cultivation sites. This is all 101 right now. And a couple of these have withdrawn, I think about 8 of them. But that's about what the industry looks like across the county. And I was going to do an interactive presentation on how our GIS layers work, but I don't think we're really going to have time. The application process has 4 stages. There's the initial eligibility stage. That's when we receive a pre-application. There's the application submittal and review stage. There's the local permit issuance. And then finally, the last stage is permit validation, and that's when cultivators can put plants in the ground and begin their cannabis business operations. The initial pre-application phase, the eligibility stage, has 2 components. The first component is applicant eligibility. They have to have been in the former UO program and have been in good standing and did not withdraw their application or be denied. And they have to have submitted a temporary license application to the state before June of 2018. And if they did not receive that application, they had to have been denied only because of implementation of the ban ordinance. There was a period during the spring of 2018 when applicants submitted temporary applications to the Department of Food and Agriculture, and those applications were summarily denied, and we were not contacted for questions about local authorization because CDFA erroneously believed that the ban was already in effect. And we were able to get the information on those applicants from CDFA so we can ascertain which applicants those are. And that kept us within the total applicant pool of around 200, about 195 to 200. The second part of the applicant eligibility phase is parcel eligibility. In 17.95050D, there is a chart which shows which parcels are eligible for which kinds of license types. And outdoor cultivation, mixed light cultivation, and processing permits, which we're going to talk about some more, are only allowed in A1, AP, GF, and U, whereas commercial indoor cultivation can occur in the M zones. And there is a unique type of cultivation that can happen in conjunction with dispensaries that are operating under 17.91 that can be in the CP zones. And there's only 4 of those. The second stage is application review and submittal. That's when an applicant has made it through the pre-application stage. Thank you, Susan. And has demonstrated that their parcel is suitable and that they are eligible for the program. We take in their application, accept their fee, and review with them their project description and their premises diagram. And we issue a letter of conditional authorization, which is one of the two prerequisites for being able to apply for a state license. And we initiate a CEQA checklist, which I'll talk about more in a minute. We also initiate a business license application, and then we begin application review. And that's when the application starts to go through the various land use departments for the approvals that are necessary to operate a cannabis cultivation business. This is a screenshot of part of the letter of conditional authorization that outlines the two pieces that are needed for an applicant to be eligible for a provisional license from the state. And the first is local authorization, and the second is demonstrating that CEQA compliance is either underway or has been completed. And that's the purpose of the CEQA checklist. And as we implemented this program, the planning director, the chief administrative officer, and I worked with CDFA lawyers, CEQA consultants, and CDFA staff to come to an agreement whereby our applicants could submit a CEQA checklist to CDFA to demonstrate that CEQA compliance was underway. And what that checklist consists of is the mitigation measures that are identified in our EIR and the operating restrictions that are in our zoning ordinance for commercial cannabis cultivation. When someone comes in for their initial application meeting, we initiate that checklist. We check off the boxes that only have to do with parcel eligibility and applicant eligibility. And when they've finished all of the land use approvals, we sign it off before they get their business license stamped from the planning department. And at that point, CEQA compliance is complete and they're eligible for an annual license. And permit issuance is when they're done with just the local component. I've listed here some of the many requirements that have to be satisfied before we can issue a permit based on our local standards. There's some of the mitigation measures are listed up there, and there's way too many requirements to list. And to demonstrate how convoluted and complicated the process is, I have a little chart here. I created this chart when we were working on our fee study so that I could wrap my own head around the fee-funded tasks that are involved in administering this program. For those who have downloaded this PowerPoint, which is available on our website right now, if anyone wants to go to Calaveras Cannabis, our main webpage, this whole PowerPoint can be downloaded and you can follow us along from home. And applicants or anyone who's interested can review that at their leisure to look at all the stages that are involved. The application begins with submittal to us, the Division of Cannabis Control, and if necessary, it goes to planning if an AUP or CUP is required. And at that point, that's when we issue the letter of conditional authorization, and that's when the state process begins. And that's what these green boxes and symbols indicate. And that's the state process that goes around to validation. And then the local process goes through all these land use departments, including the fire districts, which coordinate with the building director to make sure that the requirements under the fire code and the public resources code are satisfied. And fire code compliance can be complicated, particularly in the rural sections of the county where there's limited infrastructure and roads and driveways that don't necessarily meet the requirements of 4290. And I put this up here to show that there's 9 fire districts in the county. I believe I'm correct in saying that only 3 of them have fire marshals, which are the designated officials who are in charge of implementing the fire code. The remainder work with 4. I've just been corrected by Supervisor Mills. 4 of them have fire marshals. And the remainder work with the building department to make sure that the fire code is properly implemented as businesses are approved. The final stage is permit validation, and that occurs when we've received evidence of state licensure and the building department has signed off on the site. They've done their site inspection, indicated that all requirements of the building code and fire code are satisfied, the local permit is issued, and we received either a provisional or annual license from the state. At that point, the permit is validated, and an applicant can proceed with cultivation. This process is really complicated, so we held a workshop on March 9th that helps people get through this, and the entire workshop can be viewed on YouTube. Our local cable access people edited the video for us and put it up there. That's the link, but you can also just Google Calaveras County Cannabis Regulatory Workshop, and it'll come up. Pictured there is Adam Fries, our local CAL FIRE forester, who presented on clearing practices and forest management plans and timber harvest plans that are sometimes required to prepare a site for agricultural activity. And you can see down in the corner, there's a video that's 1 hour and 42 minutes long. That's Doug Oliver, our building director, talking about building code compliance. Okay, and our staffing, I wanted to report out on that. I think our status can be fairly characterized as understaffed. That's partly my fault, and because I tried to hire 2 different people, and for various reasons they couldn't work out. But right now it's just me, Ben Diamond, and Karen Osborne, who's fortunately going to stay with us for a little longer, as she's decided to postpone her move, so we'll have her for a little longer, which is good. But Ben Diamond does the lion's share of the processing work and does all the grunt work associated with this program. My proposed staffing levels are a director, which I recommend should be a lawyer, for at least through implementation, because there's going to be ordinance drafting, there's going to be administrative appeals, and potentially litigation stemming out of all of these type of activities, as well as drafting policies, forms, and implementing procedures. So at least through the implementation stage, I think that whoever it is that replaces me ought to be a lawyer. There's an assistant. I think there should be an assistant or deputy director who's at a senior analyst level that has planning department experience, has experience running administrative appeals, and acting as a witness and a custodian of records. An analyst and an admin assistant or an office tech. I think with those 4 people, you could run this program. And it seems top-heavy, but it's because many of the instrumentalities of this program are operated by the various other land use departments: building, planning, and environmental health, and ag. Okay, when we had to reschedule this meeting as a consequence of the coronavirus, I sent out an email to all the applicants, and I also put on the agenda item that we could receive input from members of the public and from the board to talk about policy ideas that relate to this program. And so I'm going to present on some of the things that I've heard, and I'm trying to integrate as many of the comments as I possibly could into a few categories, which they all largely fit into. Some of the ideas are not good, some of them are, and we'll go through them. As we go through each policy question, I concluded each section with the policy questions that will be faced by the board. And as the chair directed, we will save all those questions for the end. But that you could at least be thinking about them, and members of the public who wish to comment can be thinking about them as we go through it. So the changes that are going to be proposed today could be classified as minor changes. They might just be able to be quick cleanup and changes that don't require a lot of subsequent environmental review, but other ones will require major review depending on what the board decides to do. And I've worked closely with the planning director last week and up through this morning, and I think it's extremely important that the planning director be involved in all zoning decisions. And when we're through with this and we've gotten direction, I'll work closely with Peter until for as long as I'm here, and with our outside counsel who will help us with CEQA issues, and we'll determine how to best to implement the board's policy direction that we received today. Okay, one of the comments that I've received, and it's come directly from cultivators and also through board members from cultivators, that there's an idea that we could somehow give people a a cultivation license locally, even if the state license has not been issued. And it was brought to my attention that Lake County does have a provision in their ordinance that allows, that seems to allow for this. But it does have caveats. It says that all other local, all other applicable state requirements have been satisfied. And then it has a language that says that the cultivation shall be deemed authorized by the county. And then at the bottom it says, nothing in this provision is intended in any way to supplant or be contrary to the licensing requirements of the state. And I think it implicitly is. My recommendation on this topic is no change, because state reviews are extremely important. Review by Fish and Wildlife, the State Water Resources Control Board, are critical to us knowing that the best practices are in place at a cultivation site. And when those processes are complete, that's when the science review is done by CDFA and a local, in a state license, provisional or otherwise, can be issued. Additionally, CDFA does Interpol, FBI, and Cal DOJ background checks on all owners. So without a state license being issued, we don't know that these reviews have been completed, and so it's better not to think about letting people cultivate until they've got a state license. And also, once a person has begun cultivation, if we find out they're subsequently in violation of the rules, we're very likely to have administrative appeals and potentially litigation in order to get them to stop, like we experienced over and over and over and over again in the UL. And then finally, I think that such local authorization would be facially illegal. The Business Professions Code 26032 exempts from prosecution for violation of the Controlled Substances Act, the California Controlled Substances Act, people who have state licenses. So even if we did such a local ordinance that allowed for people to cultivate without having a state license, there would be nothing to stop the sheriff from arresting them and the district attorney from prosecuting them and having their assets forfeited. So I don't think we should allow people to do it. And so that's the policy question. Is there any remaining interest after everything I've said in allowing people to cultivate? Should there be delays in processing of state licenses? And we'll answer that question at the end. Okay, another public comment that I hear over and over is cannabis is an ag product and cannabis cultivation is an agricultural operation. There are people who think that that such a designation somehow exempts businesses from requirements under the building code, fire code, or public resources code, or from things like payment of room fees. That's not the case. Zoning and land use designations do not equal occupancy. The building and fire code are in their own universe, totally separate from any designations made in zoning codes or any designation of activities or products as agricultural in nature. And to point that out, I have here the definition from the building code itself that talks about what an ag structure is. And the designation that the building director makes about what a building's use is and what its occupancy has to do with the nature of the activity that goes on in there, the principal or primary nature of the activity that's going on in there. And you'll see clearly in this definition that it shall not be a place of human habitation or a place of employment, even where agricultural products are processed, treated, or packaged. So designating it as a agricultural activity will not help with any of those requirements or restrictions. It won't exempt people from room fees, nor from fire access requirements under the Public Resources Code, or from fire flow requirements. I mean, so long as you have a structure on your property that's not an agricultural structure, i.e. there's people working in it. So that begs the question, why does the county bother to say in our ordinance that cannabis will not be designated an agricultural operation? And there's two reasons for that. This is the language in the ordinance that speaks to that. No cannabis cultivation shall be deemed an agricultural operations for the purposes of Title 14 and 15, nor shall it be designated as such for Title 17, and it goes on. And then the other provision that relates to agricultural activities is subdivision E of the same section that says that cannabis cultivation shall not be in and of itself the basis for a Williamson Act contract. Now, the Williamson Act contract business is not something I'm going to cover. That's, if the board wants to talk about it, we can. But the policy reasons behind subdivision D are twofold. And one is agricultural operations are exempt from grading permit requirements. In Title 14, 15, and 17, we have sections that define an agricultural operation as land leveling for the purposes of agricultural activities. And in Title 15 expressly exempts agricultural activities to grading, earthwork activities carried out in conjunction with or associated with, related to, or in support of an agricultural operation are exempt from grading. Now, that's not a problem with the cannabis ordinance, that's a problem with Title 15. And I just think it's personally a bad policy because here is an example of land leveling for an agricultural activity that is done without a permit. If those were blueberry bushes in those pots, this would be perfectly legit under Calaveras County's code. And so I think the real solution is to fix Title 15, 14, and 17 with in that regard, if you wish to characterize cannabis as an agricultural activity. There's another example by the way, both of these were grow sites registered under the UL. This one, you can't really see it well in this picture, but this drop off here is about 16 feet. And down here is Salamander Creek, and all this washed into the creek. Subsequently, after the grow was abandoned. This is a problem with our ag ordinance, and that's the policy reason behind exempting cannabis cultivation from being characterized as an ag operation, because we don't think it should be exempt from permit requirements. These things would not happen if they had been subject to a permit requirement. And these cultivators felt that they were agriculture operations and they could just go ahead and grade. So my recommendation, if the board does want to characterize cannabis as an ag activity, would be to go ahead and fix these provisions of the county code. And if the board wanted to characterize cannabis as an ag operation without fixing these, you could do it with some language that I'll show you in a minute. So that's the first reason, grading. If it's an ag operation, it's exempt from grading permits. And I think that's just a bad policy. So that's why we took the steps to characterize it as a non-agricultural operation for the purpose of that section. The second reason is the right to farm provisions in our ordinance. If you're an agricultural operation, you have the right to carry out your activities, and it shall not be a nuisance, public or private, by virtue of it being an agricultural operation. And now, this ordinance does go on to say that if the agricultural activity is undertaken contrary to local ordinances, laws, and regulations, then it can be a public nuisance or a private nuisance. So there is some protection in there. But the concern of staff when we were writing that section of the ordinance was that someone would make right to farm claims about their operation, which would otherwise be a nuisance in violation of the county code. So those are the two reasons. And so if the board is interested in addressing the concerns that some applicants have and other members of the public have of characterizing cannabis as an ag operation and cannabis as an ag product, you could make the changes in Title 14, 15, and 17 and or change the language in 030 to make sure that no one thinks that they're exempt from a grading permit when they're doing a cannabis cultivation operation. And then the final sentence here, which really is echoed in section 17.95040 already, but you could put it in here just to fully cover your bases, just to make sure that cannabis cultivation, whether or not it's an ag product in violation of this statute or this ordinance, would be a public nuisance that'd be enforceable by the county or by a private right of action. So the policy questions that come out of this are, does the board want to consider designating cannabis as an ag operation? And then if it does, would it want to change Title 14, 15, and 17 to make sure that the policy concerns that staff had when addressing that provision are taken care of? Or and/or add language in 17.95 to make sure those two bases are covered. So the point of all this is that if people want it to be an ag product and an ag operation, that's fine. I just want the board to be cognizant of those two policy reasons as to why it currently isn't designated as such when it makes its decisions about doing that or not doing that. The other comments that I've been receiving, and this is actually a very popular one because it relates to the functionality of our ordinance. When we put the ordinance together, it was important to me and other staff members that we put in the self-distribution transport-only provision to allow, because we knew that it'd be difficult to have processing facilities in the rural areas of the county. And it is. We put that in there, but this is a kind of a forehead slapping moment for me after the fact. We didn't put processing licenses anywhere but in the ag zones. So what the proposal is expanding the ability to put processing licenses and processing facilities in M zones where the county has existing structures that are suitable for F1 type occupancies, which are light industrial, light factory type occupancies, which processing is, because you have a bunch of people in a room, packaging, processing, handling products. So we need structures that have access to infrastructure that can meet fire flow requirements, meet fire code requirements, that are ADA accessible, and meet OSHA requirements. And then when it comes to that, we also didn't do anything about different types of eligibility for a processor license. You have to be eligible, and as we said at the beginning, under the pre-application phase, to apply for a processor license. Growers who want to invest in processing licenses don't want to burn or use up a right to apply, because a right to apply can be worth $40,000 to $100,000, and they don't want to use it up to have to invest in a processor facility. Okay, well, this is a quote from an email that I got. Processing your own product on your own farm shouldn't be a problem, but it is. Because if you're up in A1, U, or AP zones, you're not going to be able to meet minimum fire flow requirements. The structures aren't going to meet the fire code requirements. Your driveway is going to have to be less than a 16% grade. It's going to have aggregate that can handle a 40,000-pound fire truck. So you really can't have a processing facility in many of the places where the ordinance as written would require a processing facility to be. Processor licenses under state law are just that. They're only for processing. It's a cultivation site. It's a license issued by CDFA, but it's only for trimming, drying, curing, grading, packaging, or labeling cannabis on a non-cannabis manufactured products. And non-cannabis manufactured products are usually trim and leaves that are discarded when you're selling for buds. An application fee for a processor license from the state is $1,000, and an annual license fee for a processor license is $9,370. So it's a pretty onerous process. You still have to go through all the CEQA requirements and would have to otherwise meet all the requirements of state law. As I said, under the current ordinance, processor licenses are restricted to A1, AP, and GF and U zones, which in most cases are not suitable for such activities, and there's very few structures that already exist in those zones that would work for processing facilities. And additionally, a person has to not only burn their right to apply, which can be worth, I've seen contracts for $40,000 and $100,000, and spend an additional $12,561 to start a processor facility. So it has made a major problem for the industry to succeed here. Because we will have a lot of cultivators and nowhere to process it. So this is a flaw in the design of the program, and the recommendation is to amend the ordinance to allow for separate processor permits and to allow them in M zones. And we could either allow anyone to apply for a processor license, and this is a policy call for the board, or restrict it to those who would otherwise be eligible under 17.95050D1, which is under the, you had a license under the UO, and you had a temporary license under the state. And I wrote some sample text on how that would work. This would fit right under the self-distribution transport-only license provisions. There would be minimal local requirements and a separate smaller fee for registering or applying for a processor license. And the first paragraph that I have up here restricts eligibility to apply for those license types to those who would otherwise be eligible for cultivation licenses. And the board can either have language like that or not. So the policy questions are, one, do you direct us to allow processing in M zones? And do you want to restrict eligibility to processor licenses to just those who have cultivation licenses? Or do you want to open up the ability to get a processor license to anyone who wants to invest the money and time and effort to start a business like that here? So those are the policy questions which we'll return to at the end of the program here. Separation requirements. This is tied to the processor license and also to the indoor cultivation requirements. Under the UO, sensitive use restrictions only applied to outdoor and mixed light cultivators. Under the new ordinance, the separation requirements are applied to all cultivation types, including indoor cultivators, and then would by default also be applied to processors. State law requires that, which has roughly the same sensitive uses that we do, that a cannabis cultivation premises or commercial cannabis operation be at least 600 feet away from a sensitive use. Our ordinance says 600 feet away from the property line or 1,000 feet away from the premises, whichever is greater. And the property line one, 600 feet from the property line, can actually result in massive setbacks depending on the size of the parcel, which would render otherwise eligible locations that would be suitable for processing ineligible. This is the state law, Business Professions Code 26054. It has a 600-foot radius and has only a few sensitive uses. We have more. This has just schools and the daycare centers. And ours include a park, a school, a daycare center, a youth center, and actually youth centers in the state law too, and county libraries and branches. And we also have scenic highways. And there's, in Calaveras County, there's a section of Highway 4 that is a scenic highway that we'd have to have setbacks from. And as I indicated, ours is whichever is greater between the 600 feet from the parcel or 1,000 feet from the premises. And as I indicated, that can result in very large setbacks, making large swaths of otherwise suitable buildings ineligible for indoor cultivation or processing. So the sample proposed ordinance change would just make it so that outdoor cultivators and mixed light cultivators had to be set back. And then I added language here that said an indoor cultivation or processing facility that wouldn't have the setback requirements that are required under 090I or the separation requirements that are under 090Q would have to be filtered and prevent any odor from coming out. And we could also add language to make sure that the commercial cannabis activities are not visible from any public right-of-way or from the sensitive use. So those are the policy questions on that topic. Direct staff to reduce separation requirements to state standards for indoor cultivators and processors, and if so, what kind of restrictions do you want to impose on those activities? Odor control, make sure that none of it's visible from outside, whatever the board dictates. The next item is well testing permits. And well testing permit requirements, and which is the annual testing and the prerequisite testing that you have to do before you can get your local permit. And what I have here is an image of the water supply levels in Calaveras County. It's part of a GIS program. And interestingly, the cultivation is the bulk of it is actually in this area. There's a few of it, a little bit of it down here and a little bit up that way, but it happens to actually coincide with moderate to high levels of groundwater. And I just thought that was interesting. The well testing requirements have been subject to complaints because they're onerous and inexpensive, because qualified professionals are in short supply, and the annual pump test requirements is not feasible as drafted. Right now, the annual well pump test is what it is. You have to do a 24-hour pump test to demonstrate your ability to water the amount of plants that you have. And there's actually one typo in here. This should have been a hydrogeologist, not a registered geologist. And that would be part of a small cleanup. And there's about 4 service providers in our local area, in the Tri-County area, who can do this. But there's a lot of people that are trying to get it done, and it's getting done. They're having the well pump test done, and I think people are not having trouble lining up the number of contractors. So I don't think that's a real impediment to success of the program. But the annual well test requirement requires that it be tested every year for 5 years, and as written, it says that it has to be done during the month of September. Now, if there's 150 grow sites, or 130, or even only 100, it's not feasible to get the 4 service providers that we have in the Tri-County area to be able to do that many well pump tests in 1 month. So what I would recommend is that the 24-hour well pump test be left in place because it's a mitigation measure under the EIR. And if it's not going to be left in place, then it'd be part of a major overhaul type revision that's subject to subsequent environmental review. So I would just leave that in place for practical reasons and because it's not a bad idea, really. And the second one is I would extend the annual well pump test requirement for 90 days instead of 30 days. And I talked to 2 different hydrogeologists about this, and they felt that so long as the test is done before it starts raining, you're going to get an actual readout on your use to see if you're drawing down the water supply for that very cultivation area. So the proposed change would be minor. This is to the operating restriction section. It would just delete the in the month of September section and have the well pump tests conducted annually occur between July 31st and October 31st, which would allow the 100 or 150 well pump tests to occur during a 90-day period, which seems more practicable than having it done within a 30-day period. So those are the policy questions. Obviously, there's advocates for entirely removing the well pump test requirement. As indicated, that would require an addendum, supplemental EIR, or worse. And by worse, I mean more time-consuming and costly. As far as consultants and outside counsel. And then the other one is more straightforward, and I think non-controversial, is increasing the annual well pump test period from 30 days to 90 days. Site remediation requirement. The site remediation requirement deadline of February 9th, 2020 came from the ban ordinance, because the ban ordinance required remediation to occur within 2 years. But that deadline has passed, and while I wholeheartedly am behind requiring remediation, I think this deadline will actually prevent remediation from occurring, because there's sites that would otherwise be eligible to produce a right to apply, that since the February 9th deadline has passed, will be abandoned and left unremediated. So I think we encourage cultivators to continue with remediation by removing that deadline. This deadline causes the loss of prospective cultivation sites that would otherwise be purchased by investors, and they'll be abandoned and unremediated. And then this actually brings back bad memories from the UO appeal periods, where we always had to figure out what the condition of the property looked like on May 10th. This time, we're going to be trying to figure out what the property looked like on February 9th or before, as we deal with appeals. And I'd rather just have an inspector go out there and find whether or not a site has been remediated than argue about what did or did not happen in the past. I think this is, there's obviously this is a policy call of the board. There's some of the public comments that I saw were that, look, they didn't follow the rules. We shouldn't let them get away with that. And that's true. There's some people didn't follow the rules, but in many cases, the people who didn't follow the rules no longer own the properties and have sold their right to apply to a third-party investor who is more than happy to clean up that site. And I'd like to see it cleaned up. So the site remediation requirement would just be one change. It would just delete the by the February 9th deadline of 2020. Section 17.95130 is actually the longest section in the ordinance that talks about all of the requirements for site remediation that exist. And 17.95070G is the one that requires, as a prerequisite to permit issuance, that the former site associated with the right to apply has been remediated. So it's just scrapping one sentence, and I think it would result in more environmental remediation and shoring up of sites that are currently sitting abandoned with unpermitted grading or open grading permits, or that have junk and debris and smart pots strewn all over the place. So the policy question on this one is, does the board wish to remove the deadline for remediation? I would advocate for this one because I think it would result in more remediation. Okay, background clearance badges. That's the next topic of discussion for us. The update on that score is that we have within the CAO's office a custodian of records, and in my office a custodian of records that have been background checked by the DOJ. We have our ORI number, so we can now have live scan forms that we give out, and people have taken them and they go up to the sheriff's office or to some other live scan provider and get their live scan done. However, all live scan vendors are closed down right now with the coronavirus, so no one can do their background checks. Now, the background check requirement has to do with three components of the ordinance. It has to do with eligibility. In order to get a local permit, you have to have the owners get background checked. And as a prerequisite to permit issuance, I need to see copies of your CBCD, which our office also issues. And then there's an operating restriction that all owners and workers have to, at all times, be badged if they're going to be on cannabis cultivation sites. So it's fully integrated in the program. Now, it requires owners and workers to get backgrounded under our local program. And we have our own definition of owner that is slightly more expansive than that of the state. It generally tracks the state definition, but adds trustees because there's properties in the county, many of them that are owned by trusts, whether they're family trusts or business trusts. But other than that, it's pretty much the same. It's essentially there's two tests that can be applied generally to both local and state law for determining whether or not an individual is an owner. The first is management and control. If you exercise management control over the company or supervise people at the site, you're an owner, even if you really don't have an ownership interest. And that also includes officers of corporations, even if it's more than one corporation that owns a business entity, as well as board of directors from those corporations. And anyone who has a 20% interest or more in a cannabis business. And as a consequence of that broad and searching definition of owner, there's many people who have a piece of local cannabis businesses who have never been to Calaveras County and will never come to Calaveras County, except for they will fly here to have their picture taken in my department to get a CBCB. So it's onerous for some businesses because it doesn't serve, in those cases, it doesn't serve the policy interest behind the requirement. Now, our local background check review is broader and has more penalties, more violations than does the state set of backgrounds check requirements. The state only has felony convictions of a certain category. We included felony and misdemeanor convictions for many categories of crimes. But in large part, the scope of presumptively disqualifying offenses do track the states, but ours is more searching. And here's ours. The ones in red are ones that are not presumptively disqualifying under the state law. So if the board, and the policy question is coming up, is do we want to continue to require owners to go through the CBCB process? And owners, when they apply for a CDFA license, have to give an Interpol, FBI, and Cal DOJ background check. So our process is just Cal DOJ, so it's less. It's a much less in-depth process. So it's duplicative of state background checks, except with respect to these offenses. This is the only thing we look for that the state, the FBI, and Interpol background checks don't look for. These are ones that were specifically requested by the sheriff and the district attorney during the drafting of this. Some of them are interfering with the duties of a police officer and in a varying degrees of resisting arrest, engaging in activities that result in high-speed chases, additional firearms violations, and others. So the question really is, do owners have to go through the CBCB test when they're going to have to do the CDFA background check anyway, and in many cases when owners are never going to come here? I actually am behind this policy change. I think we should exempt owners from the CBCB requirement. The principal concerns that I think the public have, and I'm not going to speak for the sheriff, but I think I'm accurate in saying that he's listening so he can correct me. The big concern was workers. So you could get rid of the owner requirement. They're getting their FBI and Interpol and state background check done by CDFA, and many of them aren't going to ever come here. And right now, we can't issue permits because of the live scan vendors are all closed down because of the coronavirus. So the recommendation is remove background requirements for owners because it's duplicative of the process and less searching than the process required of CDFA, and then many owners won't come here. And then finally, the current pressing problem is that we can't do the background checks at all because the coronavirus is closing down the background check sites. So what that would look like would be a deletion of the eligibility requirement and the permit prerequisite requirement, and a deletion of owners from the operating restriction sections of the ordinance. Workers would still be required. Now the policy questions are rescind all of Chapter 9.22, which is a sweeping, perhaps controversial move, or direct staff to remove the requirement for owners, or the most minor change would be to suspend the CBCB requirement temporarily for the issuance of local permits. In my view, that could be done, but I really think the owners are getting through adequate background check from the state. And I've heard from growers that the background checks from the state caught offenses, some of which occurred while they were minors, that were not caught during the background checks done during the UO period. So I think it's a very probing, very searching background check that should assure us that the owners that are applying for the program are, to the extent possible, not criminals. So those are the policy questions related to the 9.22 owners and background checks. The next section is a revision of Measure C. And I wanted to go over for context what the current ordinance says, what state law is, and what the current ordinance now looks like as a consequence of implementation of the track and trace program. Right now, because the track and trace program is in place, we have moved from the $2 per square foot for mixed light and outdoor cultivation, and $5 per square foot for outdoor cultivation, to $45 per pound of dry weight flower and $10 per pound of dry weight trim for outdoor and mixed light cultivators, $70 per pound for dry weight flower, and $15 per dry weight trim for, that should say, indoor cultivators. And there's also a 7% gross proceeds tax on manufacturing of cultivated cannabis, and 7% gross proceeds tax on medical or legal cannabis storefronts, collectives, and storefronts. I don't know if that typo is my fault or if that's actually in Measure C. Could be in Measure C. In addition to these locally imposed taxes, cannabis flower for outdoor is $154 per pound for the state and $45 per pound for leaves. We don't use the same terminology as the state in our local ordinance. And then there's also a category that we do not have in Measure C, and I think this is the category that requires us to revisit Measure C, is the fresh cannabis plant. Many outdoor cultivators cut down their cannabis plants and sell them directly to a manufacturer for what's called juicing. I don't know if that's a scientific term, but that's the term that I hear people using. Under our tax ordinance, a cultivator could grow an acre of cannabis and pay zero in taxes because they could just sell the fresh plants to a manufacturer, because we tax on dry weight trim and dry weight flower. So this is a glaring and massive loophole in our tax ordinance that must be fixed. And since we're fixing it, there's a bunch of other things I'd like to fix. I'd like to change it to the terminology used by the state, so there's conformity between our local tax ordinance and the state tax ordinances, state tax statutes. And I would like to return to a tax based on canopy. And I'm behind that, and we'll go over the cost difference to the county and the income difference that results from such a change. And I've met with Barbara Sullivan, the tax collector, on this. She and I have been through a lot together on Measure C because we had all of our tax appeals together and had many opportunities to discuss the contents of this ordinance and the things that we'd like to see change in it. And over the past few months, I've talked extensively with her and looked at other tax ordinances in other jurisdictions, and we've come to an agreement on a lot of different changes that we'd both like to see. I also have met with the auditor and corresponded with the assessor on the topic too, because there's certain collection measures that can be done in her office. And finally, I'd like to just do a general cleanup. There's a number of things in the policies and procedures and appeal processes that have resulted in litigation and that are confusing for people who are trying to be taxpayers. In order to try and do a side-by-side comparison of a canopy tax versus a per pound tax, I looked around for different studies that had estimated production based on area. And the one study I found was done by CDFA in 2017 when the MMRSA, the original commercial medical ordinance, came out. And I put a link to it. And if you go and look in it, it actually does it by per square foot. And so I had to do some algebra to get to the per acre amounts, but hopefully all my math is correct. It predicts that an outdoor cultivation site would produce 1,167 pounds per acre of canopy, and that a mixed light cultivation site would produce 5,000 pounds per acre of canopy. And I want you to focus on that, because under the current ordinance, we have a $2 per square foot tax for outdoor cultivation and mixed light, when clearly by the difference in production, that doesn't make any sense. Lake County and Humboldt County both tax more for mixed light than they do for by square foot than they do for outdoor cultivation. And finally, indoor cultivation produces about 71 pounds per 1,000 square feet. So I used our the applicant pool that we currently have and looked at those that are conditionally authorized to figure this out. And so we have about 19.1 acres of canopy for outdoor cultivation. And it looks like I did not replace the number that goes with that, but it's further on in the, sorry about that, in the slideshow as well. These are the projections for tax revenue, with the exception of the outdoor one, which is below, that we would get based on per pounds. Okay, so the outdoor would give us $1 million for if it's by weight, and $1,664,000 for per square foot. Now, so that's just actually a little bit less. But then you look at mixed light. By the per pound income is way more than the per square foot. And then the indoor is not that much difference. And then when you aggregate them all, this would be the difference based on the CDFA environmental impact report. It'd be a $66,000 difference. And that difference would be more than made up if you tax mixed light at a higher rate per square foot than you did outdoor cultivation. In Humboldt County, taxes, for example, $1 per square foot for outdoor, $2 per square foot for mixed light, and $3 per square foot for indoor. And that's actually what Lake County does as well. So it's by orders of magnitude difference in production, so they have orders of magnitude different tax rates. So the policy questions for the board are: should we revert to a canopy tax? And what would you like that tax rate to be? And I'd point out that when we're going to the voters with a tax rate, you should probably put a tax that's higher than you actually want to charge, because you need to get the voter authorization, and then you can subsequently, by resolution, reduce the tax rate. So we don't want to have to go back to the voters to change it. So let's say, for example, you did $2, $4, and $6, just as a hypothetical example. You could have that go to the voters, and then after it's passed by the voters, you could reduce it to 1, 3, 5, or any number that you wanted less. And that way, 20 years from now, some future board could go back up to the maximum level that was approved by the voters this year. So if you want to get some flexibility in the amount of the tax, you want to put down an amount and get it approved by the voters that you can live with for the indefinite future. And then the final one is I'd be requesting your authorization to work with the tax collector to clean up the assessment and appeal procedures, to clarify the role of the tax collector. And what I mean by that is that under the way it was worked before, it was essentially the planning director who assessed the tax by just transmitting the square footage of the canopy to the tax collector. She would then go ahead and collect. But notwithstanding the fact that the planning director had all the information about how much the tax should be, when we did the tax appeals, it had to be through the tax collector. So she had to sit with me through endless appeals, when she really had no input on the amount of the tax. And it just imposed upon her staff burdens that didn't make any sense. And also the current Measure C imposes a bunch of duties on her, such as promulgating regulations for the appeal process, promulgating regulations for the most efficient collection. And she's not in the business of writing regulations. She's in the business of collecting taxes. And that's what she wants to continue to do. So what I would do is put the procedures for assessment and appeal right in the ordinance so that it could just be mechanically operated going forward. The next topic of discussion is administrative enforcement. I'm behind revising 8.06 or at least 8.06.700 to conform or to take advantage of tools that the legislature has given us that we have to adopt an ordinance to do. And that's in AB 2164 passed in 2019, or passed in 2018, took effect in 2019. And it changed Government Code 53069.4, which all code enforcement officers are familiar with, because this is where our power to enforce codes comes from. That and Government Code 25845, but this is the one that allows us to assess fines. This allows us to impose immediate fines for people who are cultivating cannabis commercially without a state license. Under the old version of this government code section, you had to give someone a reasonable opportunity to correct, and there was debate across the state about how much time that should be. Most jurisdictions give 15 days, and that's what we've been doing. So code compliance could come across somebody with, an acre of illegal cannabis and say, hey, would you mind cutting this up in the next 15 days, please? When this would allow them to immediately impose fines upon discovering the unlicensed cannabis cultivation activity and really incentivize a person to wrap it up. But to the extent that the board might be concerned about that having draconian consequences to landowners who might not be personally responsible for the illegal cannabis cultivation that's going on their property, there's a relief valve in that government code section that says that if the owner is not responsible for the code section, like if it's a tenant, and your lease actually contains a provision that says you can't grow cannabis illegally here, then it would be the tenant only who is liable for the fines. Unfortunately for the property owner, if it ended up going to an abatement warrant, the property owner would get stuck with that. But at least the fines, which I anticipate would be very large, would only be the responsibility of the tenant who is growing cannabis illegally in violation of the agreement with the landlord. So I recommend at least a revision of 8.06.700 to allow for that. But I also think there are many good reasons to look at 8.06.700 in general. We had some very lively meetings in the past, at least 3 of you were here for, on that very topic. And you can look at the current version of it online, and I think that staff has eliminated many of the concerns that both members of the public and the board had, and I won't go into all those details, but there are many reasons to revisit 8.06 to enforce, for example, the public events ordinance. We have no real way of enforcing the public events ordinance. Someone was going to do a illegal motocross rally, and all we could do is send them a letter that says, we will fine you $100 if you do this. And the motocross rally paid the $100 and went ahead. So there's many other reasons, that being one of them, to go back and look at 8.06. So the policy questions are bring 8.06 back for revision, or just come back to 8.06.700, or don't do anything. That's always an option, but I think you ought to go back and at least look at the administrative enforcement provisions as it relates to illegal cannabis cultivation. Finally, and this is going to be, we're probably going to get a lot of our comments on, is distribution, lab testing, and manufacturing. If the industry, if we want to keep this industry, and I personally think this, we have to think about and do the jobs and bring the investment in that we can do through having an industry like this. Right now we have one competitive advantage, and that's that most other jurisdictions have bans. But the trend is across the state and nationally to decriminalize and to regulate. So as that happens and other jurisdictions open up, growers and other cannabis business people will move to jurisdictions where there's more infrastructure, better facilities, better access to urban markets, and access to freeways, railroads, and other transportation hubs. I think without having a vertically integrated industry, we're not going to have these businesses take root here and keep the jobs here that would be created by this industry. Now, we did a fee study on Chapter 9.22 to determine how many CBCBs we'd have to issue for workers. And based on the economic impact studies that we reviewed, we're talking about thousands of jobs. To put that in perspective, the Calaveras Concrete only had 400 employees at its height. So this is would be a massive economic engine for the county, and without vertical integration of industry, I don't think it'll stay. We'll have people come here, set up their grow shops, and then in a couple of years they'll leave. Because they'll just be able to go to Kern County and be able to have a 100-acre farm on the side of Highway 5. So I think that adopting an ordinance to authorize local registrants or applicants to apply for these state license types through the Bureau of Cannabis Control and the Department of Public Health is advisable if the industry is going to remain here. So, and there's a lot of ways to do that. The simplest and quickest would be to enact a short standalone ordinance that would provide local authorization to registrants or applicants to just go ahead and apply for those license types, assuming they could be, the activity could occur within structures and in zones that already allow lab testing, manufacturing, and distribution. Because there's nothing against no rule against having a lab or manufacturing here in this county, and there's no rule against having a distribution hub here. And they would just have to do it in a zone and in a building that is suitable for such activities. So it could be done through a registration program. The board could select zones that it wants to put it in and work with the planning director to come up with a plan for that. My sense is that it would only be in M zones, but it'd be up to you, the board, to decide that. And whatever other additional restrictions the board wanted to impose, such as odor control and setback requirements, in addition to those that are already required by state law, or whatever other conditions and requirements you wanted to have, you could have. But since these license types really are a function of building code and fire code compliance and getting local authorization to apply for a state license, they wouldn't require an apparatus other than having them register with the county so that we know when we get an email from the BCC and the California Department of Public Health that this is who they are and that they have sought local authorization to apply for this license type. We make sure the buildings were suitable for such activities and then send an email back to the state agency saying that, that they are authorized to apply for such a license. So the policy questions are, does the board want to see an implemented and fully integrated industry? Would the board like that to take the form of a standalone ordinance covering BCC and CDPH regulated license types? Those are the manufacturing, everything from making cookies to making hash oil, and the BCC licenses are distribution and storefronts. And then apart from that, I imagine that each of you have your own ideas about what you'd like to see changed in the ordinance, have heard from your own constituents about things that you'd like to see, and I'm happy to address those concerns. And you can do that now, or if the chair so decides after we've received public comment. So if there's issues that you want to raise that we'd like to address now, we can, whatever the chair would like.
My feeling is I'll ask for board questions or comments at this point. I want to go to the public, and we're going to have to come back to each of the policy questions that you've presented. So if the board wants to talk now or wait until that policy issue comes up, and keep your questions at the moment generals, whatever your choice is, because we'll have to come back to it anyway.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I got a pressing thing. Can I just have a 5-minute break real quick?
Yes,
if
we will
that's all
take
right
a
by
5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the meeting. Does the board have do any of the board members have any questions or comments they'd like to make at this time? Mr. Stopper?
I think Mr. Turner's done a very good job going over what has been put together and finding the certain areas that we can elaborate on and, move forward on. For example, the well testing, there's a certain point of feasibility within reasonability needs to be considered when we're putting things together. He very well demonstrated the unreasonability of the feasibility right now with the amount of time of 1 month. Personally, there's two ways to go about this. I'm of the perception that this is unreasonable to the point that there's no other commercial business out there that we're having go through these steps. Even when it comes to the landfill and they have their monitoring wells, they don't do a 24-hour pump test. There's no place that does things like this. This is purely made up on the fly for an EIR as a suggestion that I personally think is out of the bounds of feasibility and reasonability. But he has offered a partial solution for right now. And I think personally I can go with that. I'm going to have to think about it a little bit more in depth.
We'll be coming back to
Right.
it.
But I would lean more towards getting rid of it altogether, but that would entail a lot more in an EIR process than I think we're possibly willing to take on right now. So there's that. We can get back to a majority of the other things. I think Ethan pretty well covered everything. I can hold on to my extra comments as we move forward later on after I've heard more information.
Okay. Mr. Garamendi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to the conversation as well, and I thank Mr. Turner for his presentation. It was very thorough, and I always appreciate giving choices up there, so thank you. And I think this is timely, and even though we've had this on the books for months, it couldn't be more timely than right now. With the COVID virus going around and the national economy shutting down, we have to get prepared for how we're going to come out of this and have actually industry and jobs here in this county. And we just happen to be queued up to figure out how to do that at this very critical time. So I'm happy that we're doing this, and I think what we do here is going to have an impact on what's going to happen in this county over the next couple of years when we really are going to need good paying jobs for our people. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comments or questions at this time? Okay, I'm going to now open it up to public comment. The clerk will read the comments that we've received via email before I open it up to phone calls. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have received 2 emails. The first, please consider postponing this item for the same reasons listed below in the email from Ethan Turner on March 16th. Item 25 should be postponed until the public can attend the meetings and participate. Many of the citizens do not have reliable internet services and would not be able to participate in an online meeting. Also, how are people to respond before hearing the presentations from staff and comments from the supervisors? True participation can only happen when attending the meeting. Thank you for your consideration. Did you want me to read the previous email from Mr. Turner that is referenced in this email?
Yeah, that'd be probably a good idea if you could just read or digest it.
Okay. The commercial cannabis study session that was scheduled for March 17th board meeting has been postponed. Please do not come to Government Center as the meetings will not be opened. Meeting rescheduled to March 24th will allow staff to come up with a better way for the public to be able to participate. After consideration of many factors, the item will be held until March 24th. Additionally, if you would wish to follow the recommendation of CDC, the president, and our local public health officials and avoid any potential crowds that might come to the meeting on the 24th, and there are particular concerns that you would like Mr. Turner to address, please feel free to send an email to co.calaveras.ca.us and put study session in the subject line.
Okay, thank you. Is that all you've received?
No. The second email I received is from Susan Morse. As a Calaveras County resident, I request that the March 24th, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting be postponed until the disruption of our personal lives by the coronavirus returns to normalcy, to allow me and other residents to properly consider the matters proposed by, among others, agenda item number 25. It is impossible for the public to give its opinion under the rules specified in the agenda for your consideration. Further, under the circumstances, none of the agenda items are of sufficient urgency to be classified as essential, quote unquote, under the federal, state, or local declarations. For that reason alone, the meeting must be postponed. As a second concern of mine, I have a similar request on consent agenda number 18 and 22. These should be pulled for proper discussion and public comment to be included in a future hearing. The coronavirus has created a level of anxiety and hysteria in the county that has prevented proper consideration and analysis of the agenda items generally. Certainly, the draconian restrictions on public comment demonstrates my concern. By the way, there is an obvious conflict in the instructions to the public given on agenda number 25 submittal, beginning at packet page 405 through 407, and the regular agenda dated March 24, 2020, pages 1 through 2.
Thank you. That's it? Okay, we will be taking other public comments by call. If you do receive a busy signal, please try again. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone on the line?
Not yet. Yes. You are live with the Board of Supervisors. If you would like to give your name, please do so and then begin your comments.
Tony Keefe with Green Road Consulting. I'd like to make the comment from the standpoint of many of the cultivators out there that you should streamline your policies now as much as possible, because you have a very complex reading of the ordinance at hand, and if you want to get folks in and operating, you need to do everything you can and within your power to streamline the requirements that these folks are facing, to get them up and operational so that they can be fully producing and producing the jobs and the tax revenue necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Key.
You are live with the Board of Supervisors. If you would like to give your name, please do so and then begin your comments.
Yes, it's Vicki Reinke. Yes, I'd like to comment on the agenda item 25. One of the things that is really surprising to me is that all the changes that are being requested for this ordinance. For example, the processing. I never remember seeing anything about processing in the process up to approving the ordinance. And as you all know, I've been involved in this issue since the beginning. And as a matter of fact, on the April 16th board meeting that they discussed the future ordinance, there was a comment or other license types, distribution, nurseries, manufacturing, etc., will not be included in the regulatory ordinance. So that's what the people heard and believed when this was being put through the process. And now, all of a sudden, we're talking about testing, manufacturing, distribution. If everybody remembers that when Measure D went out and they asked people, do you want to have the cultivation industry here? They said no. And so now all of a sudden, it's just being pushed on everybody. So that's the one thing. The processing was never approved. It needs to go back through a total rewrite if that's going to happen. And the same thing with nurseries. That's been added without any discussion that I recall. The clearance badge ordinance, I would love to hear from the sheriff on that. I know they wrote that policy for a reason. So if we could hear from the sheriff, that would be great. And eliminating the February 9th deadline for the remediation. Again, the applicants had 2 years to comply with the remediation under the ban ordinance, and this should not be extended. The current ordinance passed on 10/22/19 also states that they had to have had their previous property eradicated.
You have 30 seconds left.
So anyway, we shouldn't be giving them any more time. And if they couldn't follow that law, how do you expect the future to go? And then there's other concerns which I did write into the board, so you should have a copy of it, and that was the transfer application that's never been put before the board, and also the expansion of premises, change in permits, that was never brought before the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weinecke.
Would you like me to respond?
No, at the end. Thank you. All questions will be answered at the end of public comment.
So there are no incoming calls at the moment. Would you like to set 5 minutes?
Okay.
That would give them an opportunity to answer while we wait for the next call.
I'm going to keep the phone line open for another 5 minutes till 2:41.
there's a call coming in the next few moments.
Okay.
They hung up.
Okay. The line is still open. Ethan, I sent you an email.
I can't look at it.
If we want to have the sheriff here.
Oh, he's listening, and he's listening. He said he was all.
We have 1 minute left.
There's one call that's coming in right now.
Okay. Okay, if you can, you can.
You are live with the Board of Supervisors. If you would like to give your name, please do so and then begin your comments.
Hello, Board. This is Neil McEwen, and I'm glad that this is moving forward in a way that acknowledges what a large industry we are in this county and will be, and job providers, and how important it is that in supporting us as an industry that we are afforded the same rights in this right to farm county as agricultural production, because it is a commodity that we are producing, and we are taking care of this property and this county. So please keep that in mind. We are ag. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Okay, I'm going to close public comment on this issue, bring it back to Mr. Turner to answer a couple of the questions that were asked, starting mostly from Mr. Keith. It was
Mr. Keith asked that we streamline the process as much
Right.
as possible. Which we're trying.
That's just a comment.
Yeah, we're trying to get through everyone's application as quickly as we possibly can. And hopefully, once we have a few more people, we'll be able to. Mrs. Renke, I believe it was, made 2 points that actually reminded me of 2 things that I should have put in my presentation. One of them is the transfer application fee and the change or enlargement fee. She pointed out that those had not come back to the board, and she's correct. Those are 2 fees that are in the ordinance that for which no resolution has been passed by the board. She did point out that she suggested that nurseries and processors weren't contemplated in the original ordinance. They were. It's in 17.955050D2. There's a section that explains what zones those are allowed in, and that section was in both the Planning Commission version of the ordinance and the board's version of the ordinance. And as to the last comment, I didn't catch the fellow's name, McEwen.
Yeah.
His final comment had to do with determining whether or not, he said we are ag, and that has to do with one of the policy questions that you guys are going to face.
I have asked to have the sheriff come in and just...
He is on his way.
Okay, and answer the question on what does the sheriff think about the proposed changes on the badges.
Okay. Yeah, I texted him to try and come in the back door, not the front, so hopefully that's what he'll do, and he should be here momentarily.
Okay.
If you'd like to pass the time with any other questions that board members might have about policy ideas they have, we certainly can do that.
Does the board have any policy issues they would like to put up on consideration? They might come up as we go through it.
I got one.
Got it.
Are we done with the public comments, or?
Yeah, public comments are
Waiting for Rick.
closed.
Ethan, in the, how do I know you? Ethan, in some of the language that's...
Here he is.
Sheriff. Maybe I can come back to it if you want.
No, I got on my rollerblades.
Okay, Sheriff, a question came up from the public on the proposed changes that Mr. Turner's recommending for badges, and they wanted to know how you felt about that.
I didn't catch all of it. I've kind of been listening and doing a couple other things. Refresh. You're talking about the badges for, bless you, for the, you don't have the virus, do you? You're talking about the badges for the workers or the badges for the owners?
I think it was just sort of an open-ended on their part, but probably mostly for the owners.
Right, the owners.
And again, Ethan and I talked about this, and because the state is requiring the background checks for the business owners, that's up to you five to decide whether you want to require that. I don't see an issue with it. They have to be background through the state prior to them getting their license through the county. I'm okay with that. Ethan brought up a good point, and the issue that we've had all along, and this goes back years, is that they have what they call straw men. And when you have somebody who lives in Pennsylvania who is going to come to Calaveras County, and yes, they're going to get a background check done through the state of California. They have to come to California to get that background check, in my understanding. And I'm guessing right now. I don't know that for a fact. So I don't know how somebody in Pennsylvania is going to come and get a business license in California without coming to the state of California. So that being said, my opinion is if they're going to come to the state of California, they should be coming to Calaveras County to roll their fingerprints. Right? This is where they're going to be doing business.
So if they get their fingerprints done at the state, you also want them to have their fingerprints done?
No, but the point was, what Ethan had told me is that there's a lot of people that are going to have these businesses in Calaveras County that are business owners that do not live in the state. That's where we have a problem with straw men. There's no way for us to figure out who they are. I think that that's going to be put in check by them having to have a state background done. So I think that is the balance of power. The problem is that really the person that is the owner of that business? Again, it goes back to the straw man. I'm working for Ethan, and he tells me, hey, Rick, you go to the state of California and you put that business in your name. That's going to happen. You're not going to stop that, unfortunately. That's just part of, having a straw man in a business. With that, all of that dissertation, the bottom line is I don't have a problem with people getting their background checks done through the state as opposed to rolling them here in the county, or if that answers your question.
Mr. Turner, is what the sheriff said is correct. Whether somebody's in Pennsylvania, substitute people, we can't.
Well,
That's going to happen.
If a person is an owner of a cannabis business, and we talked about that a little bit.
All owners.
They could be a board member of a corporation that is a partnership that has a LLC here in Calaveras County, and under state laws, they would all have to be background checked. And they would have to put their names down on the owner registry, on the state application. They'd have to get an FBI, Interpol, and Cal DOJ background check. And they could roll their fingerprints for that wherever live scan vendors are. But if we have the CBCB requirement for owners, anyone who is classified as an owner would have to come here, even if they got their live scan done somewhere else, they'd still have to come here and have their CBCB picture taken, and have their CBCB badge issued to them. And it just, I don't think that we as people who live here care whether or not someone owns a business that's going to be in this county if they're never coming here. I mean, Rick, earlier I said that I felt like your concern was more with the workers than it was with the owners, and I don't know if that's correct or not, but that's what
It isn't. My concern is with people that are going to be on the site. Mm-hmm. And the way I look at it is that if there's an owner that is going to be coming to this county and they're going to be going to their site, they should have a card. And it's not just for my protection, it's for code compliance. If code compliance is going out to a grow somewhere, they need to know who they're dealing with. So to me, if they're going to be in the county, they should make the effort to complete their business by having a CBC card. That being said, if that's the owner's in Florida or Pennsylvania, wherever the owner is, if they don't ever plan on coming here, I agree. They do not have to have a CBC card. The purpose of the CBC cards, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that for somebody that was going to be on site doing work associated. So if they're going to be just an owner and they're not going to be on site doing work, then I don't see a need for the CBC card. Does that make sense?
Oh, totally makes sense. I just want to get it clarified, whether an owner's in Pennsylvania or Amador County and they only own, whether they own 1% or more, they're on the state, will background check all of them.
For the state, it's 20% or more.
Okay.
Or 20% or more ownership interest or management and control. And the management control can be an officer of the corporation, a board of directors, or someone who's hired to manage workers. Management control is a much broader test than the 20% interest.
Okay, fine. Mr.
Rick brought up a very good point that I've been thinking about since he started talking, because as we discussed before, you saw the most issues with employees more so than owners. But what you brought up, and it is something that I personally am willing to support, and it's a very good idea. Owners can own a business and pass the background check with the state. But if you're going to be working on the property in Calaveras County, you're going to still be required to acquire a CBCB license. That way it absolves the issue with the people that are only partial owners outside the state. And then the ones that are in our county are properly vetted. I think that's a good idea, Rick.
And again, that was the whole purpose of the CBC cards, so anybody going to that site knew who was on the site. That was all.
Absolutely. And if we start letting owners go on there without a CBCB card, Ethan, then we have an issue with us going out there and checking the employees. You know?
You don't know who they are.
We don't have a filter there. So I think we need to have a standard with the CBCB for people that are on the premises.
Okay, so owners or workers is if they're going to be on the premises.
Right, if they're coming to Calaveras County, then to look at the site, then they have time to go get a background check.
But if they're an owner and they've already been background checked by the state, why are we being redundant and having them back?
I don't
Because of
think
the people on the site.
I don't think they need to have the background check at that point. I have to agree with Marita Callaway. I think that they have to come to planning or to the cannabis department and get their CBC card. They've already done the background.
Agreed.
They just need to apply for the card.
Very
That's
good.
Okay.
That cuts down on the work here inside the county, I believe, to a certain point.
Mr. Mills?
Yes, thank you. So let's not determine an owner to be the 20% and greater holder. Let's say any person who's the owner, even if they have 1%, if they're an owner or they're on that site for any reason, they have to have a card. And I think that's your point.
I don't think that was his point.
Well, no, I think it is. Actually, this time I do agree with Mr. Mills because it is my point. If they're on site, they need the CBCB card. It doesn't matter if they're under 20%. They're out there to do some type of work, whether it's just overseeing what's going on. That said, they aren't necessarily obligated to do a background check at all.
Right.
If they're at 1%.
I mean,
So-
my point is that, right, we're not out, if they own 1% of a company, and they're not going to do the state background check. So what we're saying is if anybody who's on the site needs a card, whether they're worker or owner, if you're on the site, you need a card.
That was the goal originally, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the reason for the 20%ers is that a lot of these companies are corporations who have shareholders, and we wouldn't want to have all the shareholders come to Calaveras County to get their CBCBs.
That's fine if they're not going to be on the site, but if they're going to be on the site, the sheriff's office and the code compliance needs to know who they are and that they're supposed to be there. That's the whole purpose of the CBC cards, to know who's on the site.
So, Madam Chairwoman, are we going through the questions? Are we answering them?
No, we're answering the public questions.
And we're sort of working through it.
Okay.
These are my comments.
Okay,
to them.
when we get to it. Mr. Turner, is there anything else that, the public just really wanted to know what your thoughts were?
Okay.
And that we weren't trying to pull a fast one on you.
And that's fine. That's why I told Ethan, let me know. I'll be around.
Oh, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you for your time. Actually, you came up with a good solution to something right there on the spot.
Thank you.
So I earned my salary today?
That's up to the voters.
That's true. Is that all you need?
We don't get to make that call, Sheriff.
Yes, at this point, thank you very
Okay.
much.
What do you do tomorrow for your salary?
If you need me, text me, I'll be back.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay. I think we answered all the questions I have. Do you see any that we didn't, Mr. Turner?
I didn't write down anything else. I mean, no, I think we answered the questions that were raised by the public.
Okay. All right, let's start getting into some of the policy questions.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have one item
Yes.
that I was about to present on. Sorry, Susan. Ethan, this is just a question as we go, before we get into the policy. In the state regulations under processing and other things, if you've got more than 20 employees, you're required to have a labor peace agreement. Other counties have taken that on. I'd be curious what your take is on that, and I'd be curious of the board whether this is something we want to require. And here's my purpose. We, as we've just discussed, are going to have a lot of owners for these companies coming from, as the Sheriff said, Pennsylvania. Most of the capital for this is going to come out of Southern California and the Bay Area. What I'm concerned about, and as I said before, is our workers here in this county. So I want as much of those profits to stay here with our local people as we can. And so I wanted to get your take on whether that's a functioning thing. They said 20. I've heard other jurisdictions are contemplating 5. How that would implement and how that would help protect our workers from, so they can earn a decent living and maybe have some benefits to go along with it. Can you address that?
Yeah, sure. under the Business Professions Code, every single cannabis company with 20 or more employees has to have a labor peace agreement, meaning that they allow their workers to organize and form unions. Other jurisdictions have put in place such things as, the smallest I saw was the city of Pomona. They have a labor peace agreement for 5 or more employees, which seems pretty excessive. But it also, there's other jurisdictions that also have local hiring commitments. So if the board wants to give direction that we do have a labor peace agreement requirement that's smaller than that's required by the state, which is 20, we could certainly do that. If the board wants to have commitments that are in the operating restrictions that require, to the extent possible, hiring local people, those types of provisions are available in other jurisdictions for me to look at and copy. So I could certainly work on that if you want me to.
Because one of my concerns is, as the sheriff brought up, you get a straw man.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you're a large distributor, integrated operator in the Bay Area. You come up here and you're going to form a separate company. You may fall outside that 20. You might have 10 people up here.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be open to considering, what is the right number? Is it 10 people? And then obviously we're not going to get this in front of this cycle of applications. Perhaps when we get to renewal, we may be able to find a way to protect our workers and maintain some of the lifestyle up here.
Sure, and I don't want to make things more confusing than they already are, but if the board chose, you could have a labor peace requirement that only goes for processor license types, or that only goes to the license types under BCC. I mean, processors are the ones that are going to have the itinerant workers that come and go, and they're going to be the biggest employers. So
if I've got an acre of canopy, I've got 3 or 4 people who are up in pull house, do the labor.
Mm-hmm.
But then if they're processing on site, they'd obviously have a larger labor force during that time.
Mm-hmm.
Or if there's a centralized, the same thing. So
Yeah.
if we set the number at like 10,
Mhm.
that would probably cover some flux for labor when it comes on your farm.
Yeah.
But if there's a large concentration, then you have to pay.
And, it would also cover situations where someone had a standalone company with processors. And there actually is companies in this county that have come to exist in the past where they have employees of their own that they use for processing other people's cannabis. And you could impose a labor peace agreement requirement on companies like that, or even on just processor licenses. But if you wanted to do it just across the board and to do a number like 10, that could be written in.
Okay, well, I guess that's a question for the board, whether we want to consider that.
Yeah, I mean, that's not on the table today, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
something that we could
Yeah,
deal with.
Everything's on the
Are
table,
you?
Rita, on the-
Everything's on the table, whatever you guys want to do.
Oh, yeah, well, that's true, thank you. So what happens if you have 20, if Jack has 20, and then he finishes harvesting his crop, and then I need some, but I only have 6 or 7, are they unionized when they're on Jack's project and not when they're on mine?
That'll be between the employees and their staff, and you can bet that there'd be shop stewards and organizers who would be watching this.
I'm sure.
And so it would, to impose a requirement like that would change the way people do business. It would cause processor businesses to be standalone businesses in all likelihood that have a unionized workforce.
Plus, oftentimes, Rita, and as you well know, if you're going to have different labor needs at different times. So if you need an iron worker, you call the hall, and you get labor coming and going. So that might be an advantage too.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, if you had a requirement like that, there could be a union hall for processors.
There are for grape pickers.
Pardon me?
And what there are for people in the vineyards. What's the board's pleasure? You want to consider this? Mr. Mills, would you like?
Well, I'd like to just continue that discussion a little bit, because one of the things that came up in the last urgency ordinance is how do you approve payrolls? Maybe the union concept is a way of ensuring that payrolls are met, payrolls are reported properly, and that we're not dealing with a cash society here.
Mr. Tuffanelli?
Sure. I'd like
Okay.
further discussion and go forward on it. The level, though, is one that needs a lot of discussion on as to what level you implicate this. If you are unionized, it's going to be very difficult to go work at another operation that isn't at that level. You'll be deemed a scab, and so you'll be separating, what I'm trying to say, from a higher level to a lower level if you go unionized on it. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm just saying that some of the drawbacks are there. If you put the level at 10 and this guy only has 9, he can't go to the hall and say, I need, unless he wants to unionize, have them organize and unionize at 9 or at 5 or whatever to be able to go. Otherwise, you have operations that are not union and union. So.
Mr. Stopper?
Gary's got some good, very, very good points. Personally, I'd be for sticking with the state level standard. If we continue talking about this, and there's a few other factors that I'd like to bring up because it could actually help with the CBCB process for employees in the future, because the unions would help facilitate that process and get it through, and it might take a little bit of the burden off of our employees with some of the work going through here. So I mean, there's benefits, positives and possible negatives with that.
I support the concept of doing this. I mean, in the wine industry, they contract with XYZ company who brings in people to work in the vineyards. I mean, I think as this industry matures, we could be seeing that. So I support the concept of doing that.
If we could turn it into some coherent direction, we could say we need a number for a baseline for the requirement, and then so if the board wants to do 10 as a minimum for a labor peace agreement, we could do that. And is that what the board is interested in doing?
If I could propose 10, but by July 1st, 2021, so people have a chance to get this business up and going. But I don't want to, if we put another obstacle in front of people up early, it's just going to jam up. But, you know, we have renewals that will be coming due by that time. It gives us a chance to establish. And frankly, labor and everybody else is a little busy right now.
Did you have something?
The state standard's 20.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I understand where Mr. Garamindi's going with 10, but I would push more towards the state standard. With any type of business that is small, that's running smaller than 20 per se, we have an issue with them having to uphold and the cost of the employees that a labor negotiated contract would require them to, that's beyond what most small businesses have to uphold. And the cost to employee as opposed to the business is exponential. It's burdensome to the point of nonprofit in the future. And I think that's why the state did stop at 20 when they were doing it, because they would try to push it on everyone. But small business owners across the state can bring in a majority of the time 10 employees and be able to afford it under union standards, in my opinion.
Yes.
I'm inclined to agree with Ben on the 20 and the state. I think you may, in the smaller ones, you go down to 10, you're imposing some higher level of pay that could be burdensome at this point, since we're just going forward with this. I don't know. The state, again, at 20, had some insight to it. My question is there a union, or what union do they belong to?
UFCW organizes cannabis workers.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Field workers. For one.
Yeah.
There's several that are sniffing around it.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Well, I would think the labor union.
Sorry,
I would think the laborers union is probably one of them. Yeah.
If I could just follow up on that. So the 20, if we went with 20. Sorry. If we went with 20, that state's already there, so there's
Yeah,
not
I
a
think right.
change. So that's,
Don't need to write anything.
so we don't need to write anything, but if we want to go less, we should write it.
Yeah, we have to. if we
So,
want to.
you know, we could probably save you,
I don't have to do anything if you want to leave it at 20.
You what?
I wouldn't have to do anything if you leave it at 20.
and Ethan, this is for anything, right? Anything that's going to require a state license, so manufacturing, processing,
Yes, that's
qual
correct.
care,
Yep.
Anything in the industry.
Yeah.
anything in the industry.
Mr. Mills? I know, I'm just going to want to ask if you want to do, half a dozen, or go with the state.
You need to stay with, if you're going to make the change, then stay with the state standard for now. If you want to adjust from that later, then adjust later, but don't try to invent a new wheel.
I agree, state. Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Let's move on.
You don't have to do anything.
Thank you. Well, if there's no other policies that any member of the board wants to raise to possibly add or change in the ordinance, then we can move to the questions that I posed in the presentation.
Oh, I have one. Would you all leave me alone? On medical caregivers, wanting to do more than 6 plants because the caregiver, is that something that we should be considering?
Yeah, well, that's certainly something you could consider. In section 050 of the ordinance, it lists the allowable activities, and there's nothing prohibiting the board from allowing caregiver cultivators to be able to legally operate here. I would, however, point out that under the Business Professions Code, there's no license requirement for caregivers. And a primary caregiver can have up to 5 people they're taking care of. So you could end up having an unlicensed person, unless you craft it otherwise, cultivate a considerable amount of cannabis. If you did want to allow caregivers to do it, you could simply make requirements that would control the amount of cannabis they cultivate. And I would recommend, it's up to you, of course, that you would require them to participate in the ID program that's administered by the through Senate Bill 420 that still exists, and there's still ID cards being issued to medical cannabis patients by the Department of Health and Human Services here. You could have patients get those cards. You could limit the caregivers to 2 per grower. That would make them only be able to grow 12 plants, plus I think 6 immature per grow, something like that. But I'd have to double check. But I think it's 6 mature, 12 immature per patient. But I'd have to double check. But you could put whatever local requirement you want, because no matter what, under state law, the local caregiver has to cultivate in conformity with the local ordinance. So if you wanted to have patients and caregivers be able to grow 12 plants, you could certainly do that. And you can impose additional requirements, like the patients have to get the ID cards, if you like.
Well, the patients have to have either the ID card or the recommendation, correct?
Yeah.
So how would that?
The way the law changed under MMRSA, it required their primary care physician to give them a prescription for cannabis, or recommendation, not prescription, rather than having all these fly-by-night doctor's offices that there were coming into existence. But there is no actual requirement under state law that you get an ID card from the Department of Health and Human Services. And I called Health and Human Services back last spring when we were drafting originally, and they're still issuing cards. The number of cards has declined because everyone's just purchasing cannabis from adult use dispensaries. But they still offer the cards, and the cards go into a statewide database that can be accessed by law enforcement. So you could have a caregiver provision in 050. It wouldn't be that difficult to write. You could allow people to grow 12 plants or 18 plants or whatever you wanted. It's really up to you.
But they could be doing that, excuse me, in somebody's home.
You could put the same, since state law for caregivers requires that they cultivate in conformity with local ordinances, you could put the same restrictions that we have on commercial cannabis cultivation, which is you can't grow in common areas of apartments or common areas of any multi-residential facility, things like that. You could have it be outdoors only with the same setbacks that are required for commercial cultivation. And the difference would be that they don't have to pay for a state license or a local permit, but they would just be able to grow enough to supply the required amount of medicine for their patients.
Has this come up as an issue through your department?
Yes. There's one particular gentleman who you all know, Bill Wilson, who harps on the issue routinely, but he's not the only one I've heard it from. Yeah.
Okay. What is the thoughts of the board on this?
Ethan brings up some good points that I was going to bring up when you brought this up. Is it has to conform with the ordinance. We would have to limit it to the point where it's like, look, if someone starts growing 30 plants, they're moving to the next level. Mm-hmm. But if it's enough to supply for, one significant other, as in Bill's case, where his wife has cancer and something, that's something that is understandable. It just will have to conform within. Does that also apply to zoning?
You could have it be. You could put whatever restrictions you want. The local, so we could say that it's subject to the same zoning restrictions as commercial cannabis, if you like. And then limit the total number of plants, and you can even put in a requirement that they get their ID card from the Department of Health and Human Services.
Yeah, I think if we're going to consider it, there's going to need to be certain standards put forward to make sure that we don't have it in dense residential areas, outdoors in high numbers.
Well, the 6-plant personal grow, which can be for any reason or no reason, adult use or medical, has 75-foot setback requirements. If you could say for more than 6, you can make it 150, and that would automatically limit the number of parcels where it could occur. And I'm just throwing out ideas here. You could do whatever you want.
Can you restate what the policy question we're trying to answer is?
The policy question is, should a caregiver or a person who provides medical cannabis for patient access be able to grow more than 6 plants? And that's it. I mean, and if the board would like to say that they can grow 12, so long as they are doing it for medical reasons and have the issued card, you could do that, and you could have the same setbacks as it is for commercial cannabis, if you want to keep it simple.
And I'm just thinking that, a lot of the problems that we tried to solve with 1795, things in lots of plants and residential areas, that was our biggest headache. Mm-hmm. So suddenly, and I'm totally sympathetic to people who may need this as medicine, but I mean, this was what got the biggest uproar last time. It wasn't, it was some of the big farms, but it was also, 30 or more plants in someone's backyard. And we have to really figure it out, because it could be open for abuse. People can figure out ways to amalgamate. I don't know, I'm cautious.
Well, yeah, I understand. Your caution is warranted. I mean, because if you're going to have an unlicensed person have 5 patients, and you have a 12-plant limit per patient, they could grow a lot of cannabis. And,
Yeah.
And they wouldn't be licensed, they wouldn't be getting inspected by the State Water Resources Control Board or Fish and Game or any of that, or have background checks. So you have every reason to be cautious. However, you can put the screws down however you want. You could say 12 plants only. And then there's not really much room for abuse.
I'm not really interested in revising that at this point. I'm looking at this as an economic issue for the overall county, and I feel bad for the people are going to be left out. But I just think that's a hazardous road.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Stopper?
I would tend to agree with Mr. Garamendi. It was one of our biggest complaints during the urgency ordinance with it being in everybody's backyard and tighter residential areas. I think we need to tread carefully when it comes to something like this.
Do you have any thoughts on this?
I have a lot of thoughts.
Oh.
Yeah.
I probably could answer.
I will
for
agree
you.
with Supervisor Garamendi on this item.
Mr. Mills?
Yeah, I said no residential. It's unfortunate. There's people right in my town, it's the only option they have, but it's just too tight, way too tight.
Okay, maybe we can take this up at another year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So if we start going through the list, the first one was, and this came from various members of the community and through board members, and it was the idea that we could somehow authorize cultivation to occur prior to the issuance of a state license if there were delays in state licensure. And my recommendation on this one was don't do it.
Okay, let me ask the board, do you have any thoughts that are different than what's being recommended? Mr. Stopper?
Actually, this is something I had brought up to Ethan, and it's not to bypass them having to go through the state. It's the state process and how they move forward right now. And I think there's probably some wiggle room here if we actually talk to the state about the late 70s permit streamlining process that was put forward, and the state's inability to move forward on certain things. But you know, it's very, and I completely concur with Mr. Turner where in the Business and Professions Code, how it's written, that, you know, it gives total room for anybody to come down on the grower having planted prior to having state licensure, including the sheriff, the DA, or whoever else were to move forward on seizing plants or prosecuting. So this is something I think we can bring up later. Right now, I don't see a clear path around it. I personally think that there needs to be something done about the state process because that's one of the biggest holdups right now. And it's not even with Mr. Turner's example of the department he's working within being critically understaffed at this time. It's the state that's the holdup. These guys, the few people in there have done a phenomenal job.
You know, we're likely to have our first couple of state licenses get issued. There's a fella up in West Point who is very close. He's told that his annual license review could be done in April, and he'll get and he should be able to get a provisional license as soon as we issue his permit, which we haven't been able to give to him because he doesn't have a CBCB yet. But as soon as he has his CBCB, I'll be able to issue a permit. He'll be locally approved, and his CEQA compliance is underway. There should be nothing holding him up from getting a provisional license. And so,
right.
I hope. I mean, I have been in contact with CDFA over the coronavirus issue, and they're all working from home, and I anticipate significant delays as a consequence of that. But barring that, I don't know why our people couldn't get provisional licenses.
The state process and the backup on it. And that's where it lies. You know. Beyond that, like I said, I agree with you on your take on the business and profession code. It's clearly stated in there. I'm not gonna discuss this any longer. I'll go with your recommendation for right now, Ethan.
So
We can
I'm taking
revisit it
there's no
later.
support for this.
Mr. Garamendi?
I really wanted to figure out a way not to have to go through this because, as Chairman said, we built so much of this program leaning on state programs, water resources. Other thing, I wish I could figure out how to make them move quicker, but I think I agree with you and Ben. I don't think we could back out of it. I We have to continue
Does
forward.
anybody want to make a change and allow it?
No.
Then barring no discussion, we're going to go with your recommendation, and maybe when you get to Sacramento, you can change it.
Yeah, we would like that.
Yeah.
Remember your roots. Okay.
So he's going to go back to Amador?
Boys are on the other side of the river.
The next set of policy questions revolved around ag designation and ag products. As I pointed out in the presentation, while the industry seems to think, or some of them seem to think, that an ag designation would help them through the regulatory process, that isn't really the case. But if there is some, if the board does want to have them be considered an ag operation, the problems really lie with our own zoning codes and our right to farm ordinance that exempts people from grading permits, which were these sections that were the grading permit sections in Title 14, 15, and 17, and then the right to farm ordinance was also in Title 14. And if you didn't want to, if you did want to make it an ag product or an ag operation, we could specifically exempt it from the grading permit exemption in Title 17. So those are the three questions. Does the board consider it important to designate cannabis as an ag product and commercial cannabis cultivation as an ag operation? And if so, well, that's the first question.
Okay, so where's the board on this? Mr. Mills?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Just want to get the feel of Mr. Garamendi.
I didn't realize, frankly, that how these are interacting with each other. And so, I'm trying to figure out ways to make it not so onerous, but also I've had mountains cut down next to me. So I've seen the bad happen. I wouldn't like that if it was grapes either, but I'd be really hesitant to start meddling with other industries, especially ag industries.
So the question really is number one, do you want to consider it as ag? And then number two would be to eliminate the grading exemption, which is what I hear you saying.
Yes. That's where I sit. The grading exemption and the, what is it, Title 17?
Yeah.
And 17. Right.
So my question would be, what do we get by doing this?
Nothing really. This has just been a large, like the caller called in, said they want to be, we're ag, remember we're ag, I've gotten lots of emails, we're ag, we want to be treated like ag. It's symbolic.
And
But it doesn't change anything for...
It doesn't change anything. I mean, not really. I mean,
because we're not going to exempt it from grading because state.
No.
Well,
yeah, I mean, the belief is that somehow if you have an ag, well, actually, in other counties, Amador County used to have an ag permit exemption for ag buildings, and the ag buildings were broadly construed. They got rid of it in the 80s. Some counties still have these things. Lake County apparently still has a permit exemption for structures that are associated with agricultural operations. But in my view, those violate state law, and we don't have one here. So I really don't see any. It's symbolic. Basically, they want to be recognized as farmers and thought of as farmers. And there's this one section in Title 17 that says they're not.
And the state says it's cannabis is an ag.
Yep. Yeah. Well, there's a section, and I can't remember which section it is anymore, but there's a section that says, for the purpose of this section, cannabis is an ag product, and has to do with the CDFA's regulatory activities around the issue.
I mean, I support calling it an ag product. That's what the state calls it. We're trying to connect with the state with the to eliminate the grading exemption under that, and under the right to farm.
Yeah, I mean, so our grading exemption. I mean, if you're a grape farmer and you do land clearing, you're probably violating CAL FIRE rules. And if you do land leveling, you're almost certainly violating State Water Resources Control Board rules. There's just no local regulatory requirement that you get a permit from Mr. Pack over there at Public Works. I mean, so there's these exemptions that we have are in our right to farm ordinance are one, we don't do any local enforcement for these things that would otherwise violate state law, and they're also kind of symbolic as well. I mean, we want to be welcoming to agricultural and support them being an industry here. And so it's like if I'm a grape farmer, I don't have to get a permit from Mr. Pack, but if I level a hillside for my grapes, I'm violating state law. I mean.
Okay.
Could you go back to the question?
So the question is, do you want to call this an ag product, an ag operation, with the exception of they'd have to get grading permits and they don't have rights under the right to farm?
I'm just not so sure I see what they're getting. I mean, I'm for symbolism, but
Well, if they're designated ag and they have a large parcel, could they not apply for Williamson Act?
Well,
I know we touched it on here, but they're...
I didn't put the whole section in
Yeah,
there,
you
but,
didn't.
but
Title
subdivision
17.
E of this section says that cannabis cultivation in and of itself is not the basis of a Williamson Act contract. But let's say you got 100 acres and you have 1 acre of cannabis in it. You could get a Williamson Act contract if the rest of it is designated as open space. So, like, you could say, I'm gonna have an open space for the rest of my parcel.
You can, but you can't claim that the money you're making off that 1 acre as part of the requirements for the Williamson Act.
Right, that's true. Yeah.
So putting it as ag, even though we have that in this ordinance, it kind of doesn't fit.
Yeah, well...
So that's some of the other things.
This is also sort of symbolic, because if I have 100 acres and I have 1 acre of cannabis, and I lease the rest of my property out to a cattle rancher to graze, I'll probably make $2,000 off that.
Correct.
Which
No,
is the
you would.
Williamson Act threshold, and I could have a Williamson Act, the rest of my property in it, so it's also symbolic.
I don't disagree with you. You're
Yeah.
right.
So no change doesn't change anything, but if it's important for the symbolic change for the growers to be regarded as farmers, we could accommodate it while safeguarding the policy concerns that we have, or you could change nothing.
Okay, so I have 2 people who do not want to change it and make it an ag operation with the grading exemption and right to farm. I haven't heard from my other 2 colleagues. I support this. I mean, the state calls it ag, we're moving to it. A lot of what they do is in the ag industry in terms of pesticides and what they have to do. Excuse me.
And that's why and even though they're not ag designated, the Ag Commissioner put in the policy that in virtually all cases, a cannabis cultivator has to register with him for the pesticide and herbicide
And they have
license.
to do weight and measures.
Yep, and they have to do weights and measures. I mean, it doesn't matter if they're ag or not, they still got to do that.
I'll be clear then. I support the ag as long as exemption on the grading permit and Title 17 fully applies.
Okay.
Right, is that correct? Sound correct to your recommendation?
This would pretty much, I think,
his recommendation,
cover
he had a
those
couple
issues.
different ones.
The permit exemption is in 15.05.080I, which I personally think you should get rid of anyway. But then, and the right to farm is in Title 14. And Title 14 already has a section that says if it's in violation of a local ordinance, it can be treated as a public or private nuisance. But we can add this sentence on the bottom, and that would doubly cover us there.
I'm sorry, just so I'm clear, you not exempt from grading permit
Yeah,
requirements,
that's what I
correct?
mean.
Okay.
The non-exempt.
Because,
I did
because
say,
that would
I did say
affect.
exempt.
Okay.
I meant non-exempt from the
Okay,
grading
because
permit.
even that would potentially affect the EIR.
Thank you for the clarification.
The existing EIR and the addendum
I
overlay,
agree
not
with
correct?
you, yeah.
Okay.
I'll go along, but I want to make sure that, there's a lot of things to the right of farm that we're going to want to take a hard look at. Nuisance is primary. But I'll be willing to carry this forward. I'm not totally sold, but we'll keep going on it. So yes.
Okay, so I have 3 board members who don't want to expressly say that cannabis is not ag. Yet, they also want to preserve the 2 public policy ideas that we considered. Not exempt them from grading and make them a nuisance if they're violating this ordinance.
Yes.
Okay.
They're not provided that protection under the right to farm.
Okay, so.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
We get to look at this again.
Right. We can reel it
We get a
back.
couple more bites at
Yeah,
this.
you do. You get 2 more bites at it. You got to go to the planning commission and the board. And then, so the next one was processor licenses. Do you want to put processors in M zones? And if yes, then we have 2 more questions.
Okay, if you put them in an M zone, what are the conditions? We allow commercial grow in the M zone?
No. No, the only
Indoor,
commercial-
indoor grow.
Indoor, yes.
That's what
indoor
I
only,
meant.
yeah. Yeah. Indoor is allowed in the M zone, and the whole point is really just to make buildings that are already suitable for factory-type occupancies available to be used as processing facilities.
Okay. Do any of you have any thoughts on this?
Chair, how many M zones are there in the county?
2, 3, 4. M1, M2, M3, M4.
No, I mean, how many total?
How many properties?
Yeah.
I don't have an answer for that.
You're getting late here. Well, the second thing is then, of those M zones, when they're identified, how many, because I remember back during the UO and the ban, there was some discussion about proximity to sensitive zones. So what of those M zones might have a problem with their proximity to a school, to a child care facility, et cetera, so they'd have to be eliminated. And in other words, what I'm saying is, are we shrinking down future M zone uses in areas that we may really need them seriously for commercial use? And I'm thinking of Copperopolis, that has very little M zone. And what do I do when I take those key components out of that mix?
Well, I would say that
I'm not talking to you about it, I'm really talking to the board about it, but
I guess I look at it as you have vacant buildings, and I'm going to use the analogy I have in Murphy's. We can't have any more wine tasting places. We already have too many. But I'm the owner of a building, and the only person who wants to rent it is a wine tasting. I'm going to rent it to them. And unless the county says there will only be 20 wine tasting rooms in Murphy's, which I don't see that happening. And I see that as sort of market-driven. If you own the industrial site and your building's vacant, and the only person who wants to rent it at this time is a processor, then you're going to rent it to the processor. To me, that's sort of the free market. Oh, Tom Tryon, be so proud of me that I said that.
I would tend to agree with Ms. Callaway. Right now, the question better is, how many of those are empty right now? And for the very fact that they aren't being adequately used. And let's say in 3 months after this economic churn that we're living through right now, how many more of those are going to be empty? It's time we started filling up with more business that's viable and presenting a viable motion forward. With that, I support it going into all M zones.
Mr. Garland.
I don't, if somebody's got a properly built building and a properly zoned location with a legal business. I don't care if they're packing corn nuts or pot. I have no problem with this at all. And maybe, I'm not sure exactly where Dennis was going, but we don't have enough M zones, and we'll have to take that on when we start looking at land use the next round of general plan update, because we need manufacturing, we need jobs.
Thank you for letting me sow the seed for future discussion.
We need jobs, period. We're going to need them a lot more pretty soon.
Mr. Tuffanelli.
Yeah, well, speaking of one of the districts that has a lot of M zoning in it, probably more than any of the other districts, there's a lot of M zones that are right downtown in Valley Springs. This is going to create a problem unless we do some conditional use permit type things on this. If you're going to go down this road, eliminating some of the areas right here in Toyon, there's open buildings there, but it's across the street from a school, but it's zoned M1, M2. Not a proper place, in my opinion, to put something like this there. I understand what you're saying about open buildings, and we have a lot of them. We do. But if we're going to go down this road, again, we need to put some conditions on it and possibly a conditional use permit. So it at least goes through the planning commission, it comes back up to the board, and it circulates to all neighbors for their opinions before it's moved forward. Because you're asking specifically to open this up to all those zones, and I don't think, all those parcels, and I don't think all those parcels are suitable, regardless if they can meet what the existing conditions are for the indoor grows, simply because of their locations.
So if you can have a indoor grow in that area, but you can't have a processing?
It wouldn't work because you'd have to have you wouldn't have the setback or separation requirements for either indoor or processing in that type of location.
There could be some parcels out there that will meet that criteria.
Sure, yeah.
So, and I brought this up when we were talking about indoor grows also, about conditional use permits and the locations of them, not just opening it up to all of these parcels that are zoned in M. You could be creating problems. So those are my comments.
I would guess that we've got there's going to have to be some, I mean, you have to pull all your permits to start a new business.
Yep.
Somewhere in there. And I assume there's got to be odor control or other items for processing plant. I mean, I'm not sure all the parts that go into
well,
process.
You could put your own odor control requirements in there. We moved into the setback requirements and sensitive use requirements. It says indoor commercial cultivation sites, and then we would add, if this were to occur, processing facilities that have setbacks and/or separation less than that which is required under 17.95090, which is, I think, 150 feet for co-located and 75 feet from the boundary for setbacks, and then separations is under the current ordinance 600 feet from the parcel line or 1,000 feet from the premises, whichever is greater. So you'd have to have if we did it this way, you'd have odor control requirements for anyone who was in those kind of proximities to other structures.
Okay. I'm in support.
Support.
Okay. And two. Mr. Tuffanelli, you'd want to see maybe more of an administrative use for me.
When it comes back to this, we'll see how it is, but I would definitely CUP at least, minimum.
Okay. Thank you. But we're not doing CUPs on indoor grows.
I made that recommendation for indoor grows back then. You guys, 3 votes, decided not to do that. I'm still making that recommendation for this.
No, that's fine. Mr. Mills, where are you?
I would say no unless there was some conditional use permit
Okay, well,
restrictions.
that would probably happen when it comes back for review. At the moment, we're saying to proceed with that.
Okay, so 3 votes for moving into M zones, then...
No, there's really 5 votes to move in, but Mr. Tuffanelli... Well, does want
Okay,
conditions
the three are
on
without
that.
conditional use permits.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And then the second question is, are only people who meet the requirements of 090 or 050 D1, which is had a license under the UO and had a temporary state license, eligible to apply for a processor license?
I'll just speak to that. My feeling is now we're moving into another business, another type of business. I don't think the conditions should be necessarily be the same if we're looking at building an industry. Otherwise, we're going to be saying the only people who can apply are people who are growers. So I don't think there's not going to be conditions on them to be a processor, but not that they were the same conditions that we had to be a commercial grower.
I think what you're saying here is, are they going to need to burn a permit from the cultivation side to have the processing permit? Is that what you're implying?
Yeah, it's, there's...
Because I got some comments to it.
Okay, so there's two pieces to it. One is, could only a person who meets the requirements to be a cultivator be a processor? And then, if so, do they have to use up one of their rights to apply for a cultivation license? So if you say no, then anybody can apply for a processor license in this county, then anybody in the world can come here and open a processing facility. Or if you do want to have it be only the growers that qualify, then the next question is, do you want to make them burn a cultivation permit, right to apply?
Okay. So those are the two parts to it, in my full understanding. I do want eligibility, because I think if we go to the point where we say they don't need to be eligible, we're opening the doors far too much. But I think burning a permit to process is, it's really, we're addressing this for the very issue that right now self-processing isn't working on properties that we push them back. We pushed them back as far as we could, because we were thinking when we were putting together this ordinance, out of sight, out of mind. So we pushed them back into these recessed parts of the county where not even our county roads meet the fire requirements. And then we're asking them to come into compliance with these fire requirements to do a processing building because of occupancy. I think that it hurts the county coffers to require them to burn a permit because we're opening up, but only potentially people that qualify to cultivate in Calaveras have the opportunity to get a processing permit. I think that's our best solution to it. It doesn't open the doors far too much, but at the same time, we actually aren't hurting ourselves in the sense that, look, there's the same person that owns both the processing thing and the cultivation thing. They should be able to obtain another permit for the processing, and then we expand the amount of money we take in off of these. That's my perception on them, both answers.
I'm struggling with this too, Ben. So you'd have to burn a license if you built something off your property. So if Ben had a farm and he wanted to process and he went through everything, he wouldn't need a new permit to do the processing on his property, correct? He'd need to have occupancy and all those very expensive things.
Yeah.
But if he wanted to go to San Andreas and open up a processing facility, he would need to use a permit, a separate permit, because it's a different location? Is that what we're talking about?
No, actually, it's not locational. A processor can cultivate, can process the cannabis from anyone's farm.
Okay.
And so if you process your own cannabis, you don't need a separate processor license, is my understanding of state law. But if you're going to process other people's cannabis, then you need a processor license.
Okay, so, and under that scenario, if you're processing other people's cannabis, you would need to use a permit.
As is currently written, yes. And you don't. And as is currently written, not only would you have to use up a permit, but you'd have to do it in A1 or AP or U zones to do it.
But we just agreed
Okay,
to allow it in
right, sure.
M, so we've already got that. What if there was a compromise to this? We said, I don't really, people who've grown here have gone through a lot to try to get to this point. I really don't like the idea of farming it out to somebody from Miami. Can we put in an ownership requirement that at least 50% of the industry, of the processing, must be owned by someone or a group?
Yeah, I mean,
process?
yeah, you could do that, but then I'm imagining myself or my successor sitting there looking at partnership agreements and determining whether or not they're compliant, and we look at a lot of paper already.
If that's the case, then I say only people who are currently licensed. If they have to burn a permit?
No, burn a permit. You can do people that are currently licensed, but they don't need to burn a permit.
Unless they're going to process someone else's cannabis.
Well, the board could do it either way. The board could say that if you qualify to have a cultivation license, in addition to applying for a cultivation permit, you could apply for a processor license, and you could process anybody's cannabis that you want. I mean, I've sat down when I'm working with Doug Oliver and we're having our application meetings. Sometimes I will look at a parcel map where they are going to spend the money and have a processing facility. But since they're doing that, they're putting all this money into this building to make it meet the requirements. They're going to want to recoup their investment, and they are going to get a separate processor license so they can bring in other people's cannabis and process it. So you'll have people that are doing both. People that are meeting all the requirements for the fire code and building code and processing their own cannabis, or people who just want to go into a processing business. And so...
Yeah, I mean, I think we're eliminating the chance for business opportunities for someone. If we say you had to be part of this growing community and you went through all this to get a grower's license and then you'd qualify to be a processor, but why not open it up as a business opportunity for somebody else who does not want to be a grower? Right now, the way I hear you two talking about it, it's you have to have been approved as a grower to be a processor.
What if we put a timeline on that? Sorry. What if we put a timeline on that and said, we'll hold this for, people who are eligible under this can apply, for the next 24 months. And then we open it up to everybody. I don't know.
With what?
Yeah, you could do that.
I'm sorry, but with what criteria? What criteria is there for Diane to open up her processing company? She's not a grower.
If she doesn't have a permit?
What kind of permit?
A growing permit.
But she doesn't want to be a grower. She wants to be just in the processing business.
So the criteria is she waits 24 months until she does
Or she buys someone's right to apply for $40,000 or $100,000 and then does it.
Correct.
I disagree with that. I just think it's a business opportunity for someone who does not want to be a grower. And then we establish criteria that you have to meet. The state has criteria to be a processor. I know those criteria that would be acceptable to us for a business opportunity. So Diane can come to us with a business plan. She meets the criteria from the state, and this is what she's going to do. She's going to be a processor. She don't want to be a grower. She don't want to have to license. She don't want to do all that. Her business is processing. My business is crushing grapes.
I just think that, I think I've already said what I think, so I'm going to say it 3 times.
Okay. Mr. Mills.
Yes, I think we're creating a whole new business here, separate from what it was intended to be under the original 1795. How to restructure if you're going to go down this road, and Marita, I agree with you on this, is that if we do require them to burn a permit, the free enterprise, the free market that you just talked about, it goes out the window. You're not going to get the best person, ultimately. Secondly, I'm reminded over and over again of the old airport and how that turned into a processing facility. So we have to be very cautious on how this is all structured, but also, is it going to create some CEQA problems? Is there going to be some environmental issues that are going to happen as a result of it? I think all of that needs to be addressed. This is a separate, should be a separate discussion, all to itself.
Go, you go.
Your card.
Nathan, you made the comment when they're issued a processor's license that they can process then for other people's.
That's correct.
So if we go down this road, there's nothing preventing them from other counties and other areas all over the state to bring it in and process it.
That's true.
So that's something to consider when you go into this, if you're going down that road, because you could have a lot of this stuff on our roads coming in to be processed. So that's my comment on it.
I have, something to say. Those two supervisors have points. To Mr. Toffanelli's point, that's why I want to stick with people that were eligible underneath the current plan. That way their interest lies within the county to start. It would never circumvent the outside coming in at any one point, but that would be the state's duty to track that. With that said, that could possibly bring in more taxes for the county when that processing facility is paid by an outside county to process the product. When it comes to Mr. Mills' point on CEQA, it's not a CEQA issue. Processing is allowed on M1, M2, M3, M4. This is written into the general plan. It's, processing is a type of use that is done on industrial property. Now, when the airport was recently busted, 2016. In 2016, when the bust happened at the airport, it did start doing processing. But the certain controls under state law would be there if they were a certified processor, and a lot of the issues with illegal hires and everything else being there would not have happened because they would have been disqualified and lost their business on regular inspection.
Well, they were as well.
Right. Well, absolutely. But they, now we have state standards in place as opposed to 2016 when no state standards were in place. So I'm personally in favor of eligible cultivators being able to apply for them, but I don't want them to have to burn a license to do it. That's where I stand.
So I'm a grower, and I become a processor with all the conditions. But now I want to sell the processing part of my business. Can I not do that?
You could do that. Yep, you could. Yeah, there's a transfer provision in Chapter 17.95, and there's a fee for that, which we have not adopted, which we need to bring back. But yes, so really, you could circumvent the eligibility criteria by, I'm Joe Schmo from San Francisco. I go to see you, Marita, because you're a local grower. I say, hey, why don't we open a processing facility, and then you transfer it to me. And then you've already circumvented the local eligibility requirement.
Okay. But
So
just,
did
I'll Ben, I'll go with, not Ben, BEND, to Supervisor Garamendi's for 24 months, and then it would be open up for anyone.
And they need a project labor agreement. Look, I want our people to be paid fair.
Okay. So,
With that type of
so,
processing, you know, it'll
all right,
be over 20.
let me just put a ribbon around this. Yes, for processing, and for 24 months, for those people who are certified growers. And then it will be open up.
For review.
Okay, for review.
So the board shall revisit the issue in 24 months?
The board shall revisit the issue in 24 months.
Yeah, that's true. But my poor successor will be, though. Okay, so yes on M zones and eligibility criteria under 050 D1 or D15 applies for at least 24 months, at which point the board will revisit the issues. Is that what?
Correct.
Is that what 3 board members want to do?
Correct.
It's a compromise.
Okay, so that's 2.
I'll do it.
Ben?
Well, as long as I get a review it in 24 months, I'll be fine with that. Yes, for you, Ms. Tamish, always. As long as we get to review it in 24 months, absolutely, I could roll with that.
Okay, and 24 months from the time of adoption?
Yes.
Okay, we've gotten through our 3rd one.
We're making progress.
Yeah. Okay, the next issue with the separation requirements would apply to processors and indoor, or would not apply to processors, indoor cultivators, and that would go back to state standards. That was the next one. Oops, that was the policy question. So direct staff to reduce separation requirements to state standards for indoor cultivators and processors. And if so, impose odor controls where setback and separation requirements are otherwise applicable to outdoor mixed light aren't met. So this would be, a processor would have to be 600 feet from your school in Toyota.
Okay. What are the thoughts of the board?
Get my Google map out.
Good idea.
Ethan, could you, as part of this, could you speak to what the CEQA implications of these changes are if the board does direct on these?
I do not have a map that would show them, and this would just be M zones that would be, instead of 1,000 feet from actually, I could log into the GIS later.
I guess I'm just wondering how it dovetails with our current environmental document and what changes it would.
Sure. Yeah, the current environmental document contemplates 1,000 feet from the premises to a sensitive use as designated from the premises, or 600 feet from the parcel boundary of the parcel upon which the premises is located to the location. So if you have, let's say you have a 100-acre parcel and you have a grow site or an indoor cultivation site in one corner, and you have a school 100 feet from the upper end of that 100-acre parcel, then you're requiring thousands of feet between the location and the sensitive use. So you're moving the locus of the radius from which sensitive use must be met to the actual location of the premises and applying the state standard, which is 600 feet.
To this discussion, because you were there, he was there, I was there, when D.A. Yook came in, and remember she put the maps down and drew the lines, the distances to sensitive use areas, and she had 3 I know of that were specific. One was up in District 3, one was in District 1. But She had 3, I know, in mind when she drew those maps.
Yeah, if the board would like, I could actually pull up the sensitive use map.
From GIS, that would be phenomenal, Ethan. I think that would
You want a
be
5-minute
prudent.
break?
Want to take a 5-minute break?
Yes, please.
Yes.
There you go. Water.
So we're all getting a little giddy here.
It's eerily quiet.
Okay, so I have the map up that shows sensitive use areas, and Mr. Mauer has joined us. He heard us treading into the area of his expertise in zoning, and he came here to make sure that no sheep are getting loose. And I also wanted to point out that the proposals we're making are broad policy concepts, and the texts we've been looking at are not necessarily texts that would end up being in the ordinance, but are for demonstration purposes. And that implementing the policy concepts that the board directs us to today would certainly involve Mr. Mauer, his attorney, and involve additional EIR.
Mr. Mauer needs an attorney?
Well, he has one. Julie's his attorney. Okay, so we wanted to look at sensitive uses. And sensitive uses in this map are shown. The 600 foot is the purple and the 1,000 feet is the red. So right now we're looking at the Copperopolis School.
It looks like that's the opposite.
I'm sorry, the 1,000 feet, the outer edge of the red is 1,000 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, and the outer edge of the purple is 600 feet from the location of the school. So these are the current sensitive uses, and these maps were made by Doug Paulzoni over in, you can see there's a lot of sensitive uses in Angels Camp. Unfortunately, this map doesn't color code zones, and you actually have to zoom in to look at the zones. So that makes it a little bit less helpful for the particular inquiry we're involved in right here.
Well, I don't think we should be looking at Angels Camp because we're not talking about Angels Camp right now.
No.
We're talking about, I would say go to the Toyon area for an example, as Mr. Toffanelli is one of Mr. Toffanelli's concerns. To right.
You're right there, zoom in.
Just zoom in right
Right where your arrow is.
Why is that school not showing?
By the to the right on, 12 and 26.
Sensitive use, not there. There it
There
is.
it is. Yeah, you have to zoom in to a certain level to get to it. And so which one did Toyan?
That one over there on the right, the far right.
Or left.
No, right there,
That's Toyon right there.
right there.
Oh, yeah, that is it.
Yep, so those are the sensitive use areas, and I actually would zoom in to see what the zoning was of those areas.
That also concludes the district office for Calaveras Unified School District as one of the sensitive use areas.
Where they
Wouldn't
have the
surprise me if
buses?
these are end zones.
School property.
Mm-hmm.
That one definitely is.
That's all him.
That's on
Yeah.
the other side of the street.
Yeah. So these are all, and I'll zoom back up so we can look at the sensitive use with reference to those end zone structures. So this one looks like it partially is covered by the sensitive use, and it wouldn't be with this change made. The change made that's proposed would reduce the setback to the 600, or actually it would start at the premises area, say we're here, and be 600 feet out to the sensitive use areas, and that's what the state regulations require. And these are not changes that the board has to make. These are just.
Are there any specific? Are there any specific spots that? I mean, this was brought forward as a concern. Who's bringing up the concern that has concern that they want to change this?
Unfortunately, I don't know where the gentleman's property is, but it was in Mr. Toffanelli's district, and I was told that it was near the boundary of the county.
It's got to be down in the Wallace area. Is there a sensitive zone in the Wallace area?
I mean, we're kind of at the practical application point.
Yeah.
Right down there, see the groves down there?
Yeah.
Any sensitive
Is there any sensitive use
I
there?
don't see any sensitive uses.
No.
Well, one that would come to mind.
You're in San
You're in
Joaquin County.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
There's
so-
the county line.
Yeah, these are the only sensitive uses.
You go down and try 26. Gary, you go down to Hospital, don't you?
Well, yes and no.
Down here in Rancho Calaveras. Unless there's an M zone in there.
How about up by Comanche and Pardee? That's my district.
Yeah, there you go.
There's Pardee, and there's Comanche. There's no sensitive uses along there. I wonder if there is parks along there that we aren't mapped. I'm not sure.
If it's all right, may I make a possible recommendation to start? I think the 1,000-foot rule definitely helps in areas like downtown Valley Springs and other areas around the schools that are basically, for the most part, more dense. I mean, the only one it's not so dense is around Toyon, but the schools are within the area. Maybe a recommendation of maintaining the 1,000-foot clearance, but looking at the possible scenic highway being removed from the sensitive use.
You know, we can look at this. I don't think there's really any growth in the scenic highway.
But how many M properties are up by the scenic highway?
There's just one, and it's not even in the scenic byway.
Okay.
That was a mitigation measure also in the EIR,
Yeah.
which I think we probably need to maintain that.
I'm not so sure I see a reason to contemplate this.
I don't see a reason to contemplate it either then. I think right now I'm comfortable with the 1,000-foot rule.
Okay, then we can move on from that one.
Is that where you are?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any reason to change. No one's told me why it's broke, so I don't see any reason to fix it.
The idea, yeah, we don't have to. The only idea was that if there were M zones near sensitive uses, they could benefit from the state requirements rather than the 1,000-foot requirement, or 600-foot from the parcel line requirement. That's not the correct one. Okay, here we are.
We're going on to well testing.
Okay, on to well testing. And this one is extend the period in which annual well pump tests can be removed from 30 days to 90 days. So that would be from July 31st to October 31st rather than all within the month of September. And then Mr. Stopper expressed an interest in doing a long-term fix for the total removal of the policy, which would require a CEQA review because it was an identified mitigation measure in the EIR.
Does any of the board members have a problem? Otherwise, we'll proceed to change the well testing from July to October.
At some point, there's going to have to be a discussion about the GSA.
I don't know what that means.
The Groundwater Basin Authority.
But that's only going to affect the grows down
Great. Right.
portion.
Right. So when we get into the well discussion, though, that GSA has to be a part of that conversation.
Yeah,
If you go back to the map that you had,
Yeah.
showed, and it's cut up, actually part of it.
That's right.
Yeah,
Right
and
down
here,
here.
that's the area he's speaking.
Yeah, Interestingly, Paul from Environmental Management, he does all the well test checks for parcel divisions, because you have to do a 7,500 gallon well pump test. And he says down in this lower area, there's a huge failure rate.
There is.
Yeah, so they just don't pass the 7,500 gallon pump tests. And it so happens that daily irrigation of a cannabis cultivation site of an acre in size is about 7,500, according to some studies.
But you've got a lot of applications in your previous slide. You have a previous slide on the application locations?
Yeah, well, actually, there's, it's way...
Keep going.
It's way back here. And,
Yeah, it's way at the beginning.
yeah, and it just so happens that the bulk of the licenses happen to be...
Right there.
Yeah.
So we're talking about anything in a line right like that, and anything out in here is going to have a problem, or may have a problem.
Yeah.
Not necessarily,
No.
Because there's orchards down there now being...
Down in here.
Hundreds of acres of orchards sucking out of that area down there. It just depends. Most of the failure rate is up along the county line.
Gary's correct.
Up in this area up here.
Yeah.
This is generally, there's not a lot of problems with water in that area.
So
The
it's
failures
Highway
are
12.
up in this area.
Like Highway 12, north of Highway
Yes.
12.
Yeah. After Paul told me that, I've been recommending to growers to do a well pump test before you give us the $12,000 fee, because you might not pass.
Okay.
With that said...
Thank you.
Go ahead and finish, Mr.
That's quite all
Mills.
right. I just thank you for the going back.
You know, with the test as onerous as it is right now with the 24-hour pump, it will definitely be pumping more than the 7,500 that has been talked about, 7,500 gallons. It will be pumping more than that in a 24-hour period.
Yeah, but the way it's written, you only have to pump out the amount that you would use for your daily use for a cannabis cultivation site, and then you check it again in 24 hours to see if it's come back up to the pre-test level.
Right. Regardless, with that test being in there, that addresses the issues of anything within the GSA. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. We could talk about the GSA all day. The test is there. I don't think it needs to be part of the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, there's aquifers that run very well through there.
There are.
And then there's ones that are, areas that are very dry, as Mr. Toffanelli has pointed out. And I think this well test is the test to check for that right now.
Okay, Mr. Mills?
I'm fine.
Okay, so is there 3 board members that want to make it 90 days instead of 30?
Yeah, unless there's any, we all do.
I'm fine with your
Yeah.
recommendations here.
Oh, site remediation deadline was our next issue. Does the board wish to eliminate the February 9th, 2020 deadline? And as I pointed out, having the site remediated is a prerequisite to the issuance of your local permit. So I think more sites will get remediated as a consequence of elimination of this deadline, because and otherwise the sites will just be abandoned and never to be used again.
Mr. T.
Of the 101 applications that you've received so far, how many are in this situation?
I've had multiple people who either purchased the right to apply from someone else or who applied themselves, who no longer own the former cultivation site. In one case, it was remediated originally for the notice of termination, and then was subsequently used by a subsequent owner for a black market grow in Calaveras. So this actually does come up. And there are other people who have open grading permits on former sites that they're just going to ditch and leave if they can't use that as a right to apply. Whereas if they can apply, they're going to go back to Public Works, finish that permit, and get the grading permit signed off. So this is coming up, and I don't have numbers for you, but I would say at least half a dozen people have issues around this.
And then Then you brought up people have bought or transferred?
Yes,
Is it the
people,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Out of county.
We don't have anything in our ordinance for them to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So how is that happening? How are you processing an application from somebody that said they transferred or bought it from somebody else?
Under 17.95050D15, the right to apply can be sold. So, like, if I had a permit under the UO and had a state temporary license, but I've moved to Florida, I could sell my former temporary license number and my former UO number to Peter, and Peter could apply for a license. And people are selling them for like $40,000 to $100,000.
On paper.
Yeah.
But that's not what we were talking about earlier, which was a call-in question about not having anything in the ordinance that hasn't brought back to us a fee for that.
Yeah, well, the fee.
So how are we collecting a fee and processing?
There is no fee for the initial application if you bought the right to apply. The fee would apply if I got a license, I finished the process, and I want to sell my cannabis business to Peter, then I'd have to do a transfer fee.
Does it say that? Can you point that out to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 050D15 is the section.
050D15?
Yeah, and it says, okay, a person or entity may transfer some or all of their rights to apply, as described in this section, to a successor in interest who qualifies and whose premises qualifies with all the provisions of this chapter except for 17.950D1. And D1 is a person who was in the UO and had a temporary license to apply. So if I'm a person who's never had a black market cultivation eradicated, which would disqualify me under D7, and met all the other requirements of subdivision D, except for number 1, then I can qualify to apply for a license using Peter's UO number and temporary license number.
Really, Peter, you have a license?
Yes, several. I just bought it.
You just bought it on the corner of the street. Okay, but none of those applications have been processed and given a letter without cleaning up, even though they've been transferred.
Yeah, I haven't issued a single permit. But those people that are in the process who've already paid the fee, who are going through the checklist, they're going, oh man, I now have a
site to clean up.
Site that, and in some cases, well, one guy in particular, or actually a woman, she bought a right to apply from a former grower who sold his grow site after doing his notice of termination with the State Water Resources Control Board, which means the site was remediated in most cases, and there's usually photographic evidence of it. Then now the site is trashed from a former black market grow, and so if I because it went to a subsequent owner who had a black market grow, and there's other ones who have open grading permits that aren't closed, and then there's other people who have rights to apply that are for sale that they can't now sell because they've missed the February 9th deadline for remediation.
Okay.
And
All right.
so,
All right, thank you.
Personally, I can support this. If we give anybody the chance to do remediation and clean some more properties up in this county further, I'm all for that.
Yeah. Mr. Mills, I know you had concerns about this.
Of course I have. The point is we've given them 2 years to clean up. That was part of the deal originally. How many more years are we going to give them? Or at what point are we going to say, look, we've given you 5 years. We've given you what is the time limit here to getting this part of the compliance process done on those old grow sites? We haven't talked about a number, have we?
No, well, actually.
It's in there.
There is, well, if they want to get their permit, they got to get the site plan.
Mhm.
So that's the requirement, but, there's two ways of looking at this, and one of them is that if there's a deadline for site remediation, and your site is a mess, it's a disaster, and code compliance comes in and says, look, there's a code violation here, you can say, the deadline hasn't passed, you can't enforce the rules against me. And whether or not there's a deadline, any of those code violations are existing code violations. So if you don't clean up your site and the condition of the site constitutes a public nuisance, it can be enforced under Chapter 8.06 anytime. However, the motivation to clean it up, if it's not being provided by a code enforcement officer who's issued you a citation, comes from your desire to get your permit. So the idea is that we leave the motivation in place to clean up these sites. And it's true that people didn't follow the rules, and certainly I understand the school of thought where scofflaws shouldn't benefit from having blown the deadline. But the other perspective would be, we just want to get the sites cleaned up. I don't care who does it.
And I want to know that in the course of cleaning it up, that we've not given somebody an opportunity to, in essence, where we're making ourselves feel good by trying to do this, but the other person is not wanting to do it anyway. It's just a matter of postponing the inevitable, which is they're going to walk away. So I want to be sure that, before I make that decision, say it's okay, that I have some assurance that they are truly going to clean it up. It is part of their permit process, and that there's no way around it. It's going to have to be done, no matter what happened.
Yeah, we actually have a phone line right now that anybody who's in the permit process calls, and Thomas Watts from Code Compliance is assigned this detail. He goes out and checks the sites, and he's been doing these inspections since January, and he's inspected a lot of sites, and they've been cleaned up. Some of them he's had to go back multiple times after giving them correction notices, but they've gotten cleaned up, and he'll continue to do that work.
I just don't want to run down the road of the urgency ordinance, and you remember how many times we were back and forth and back and forth.
That's true. I mean, at a certain point, since the permits depend on it, they're highly motivated.
Mm-hmm. That's the incentive.
Yeah.
Peter, you want to say something?
I shared some of the same concerns that you're expressing, Supervisor Mills, about the elimination of the date, and after discussing it with Ethan for quite a bit, I think it's an acceptable change. I feel comfortable that we still have the ability to utilize our code enforcement staff to clean up those sites that aren't participating in the new program. Remember, this came out of the original ban ordinance that said, we're ending this program and you have 2 years to clean it up. Then when we adopted the new ordinance, last year now, we maintained that date, but without really completely understanding the time frame that we'll need to process all these permits. But the bottom line is they still have to do it. Whether there's a date there or not, they still have to do it. And I believe we do have the ability to enforce it against those who don't.
Any of you two have any comments to make on this?
I'd rather not have to do this, but I think in the bigger picture, it's the right thing to do.
Yeah. And if the goal is to get the sites cleaned up, then and they don't get their permits without doing it. The others are just straight black market or sloppy property owners, and code enforcement can take care of that. So if there's no objection, should we move ahead with removing the deadline for remediation?
Ma'am, it's singularly distasteful, but I will concur.
It's a wrap. Okay. That's 5-0.
Peter sold me.
Yeah, it was all Peter's fault.
Ethan brought in his ringer.
Ethan, you needed him earlier.
You earned your salary today, Peter.
Okay, the next one is the fun one, 9.22. As we previously went over, the sections highlighted here are in red are the sections that are in addition to the disqualifying offenses under state law. So the background check done by us isn't entirely duplicative because it has more offenses, but an owner is subject to background check requirements when they get a state license. So the recommendation was to remove the owner background check for those reasons, so we can issue permits because they're an impediment to issuing permits, and the policy questions were as such here. Number one, I don't think we're going to have any support for. That's entirely rescind Chapter 9.22 and delete all references to it in that Chapter 17.95. And so then the second one is direct staff to remove CBCB requirements for owners. And the third possibility, which we don't need to get to if we answer the second one in the affirmative, is to suspend the CBCB requirement until live scan services are again available. So question 2, is the board interested in removing the CBCB requirements for owners?
I think that I'll follow with the discussion we had with Mr. DeBasilio. Part of the CBCB needs to be there, and the fact that they need one of the identifications, but I'm willing to scale it back to where I believe for the owners, the state background check is good enough for me on that. But if they're going to be on the property, they need an identification so we know who's out there along with the rest. That's where I stand.
Mr. Mills?
I would concur that the owners that are going to be on site have to be identifiable.
I'll go with the recommendation of our Chief Safety Officer for the county.
I have a couple of questions.
Uh-oh. You're being contrary now.
The 20% level, that's state requirement too, is that correct?
Yeah, that's one thing that is identical in both the state and the local definition.
So if I'm at 19%, I don't get a background check.
That's correct,
Yeah. So, and if he's another 19%, he doesn't get a background check.
Unless you work on the site.
So not all owners that could be showing up have a background check on them. Under our requirements, though, in order to get a CBCB, you need background check no matter what percentage if you're going to be on the site.
Mm-hmm.
So we can have them, we can say, sure, let's issue them if they're going to be on site, and we'll go with the state, but it doesn't necessarily mean, again, that they've had a background check. So I have an issue with that. So I understand what Rick was saying, I understand what everybody's saying, that if you're going to be on the site, regardless, you need a background. I mean, you need a CBC badge and check in with the county, but at least we were doing background checks on them regardless in order to get that badge. So that's where I'm at on it. I think it should stay the way it is.
If you specify that if you're 20% or more owner, then we just let the state do it and we don't. But if you're under that, and you're going to be on the site, you have to go through the process through Calaveras.
Yeah, I didn't put it up here, but the definition of worker is pretty broad. And I would think that anyone who's going to be on the site engaged in commercial cannabis related functions would be a worker, even if they had a 19.9%.
Even as supervisory duties.
But if they say that they are an owner, that's versus.
Then they would get the CDFA background check.
So
Right.
we would just say all owners? Will the state do that?
The state is doing the background checks regardless of what we do for anyone who's an owner. And so if someone was a
So for anyone who is an owner, they have to, or a board member or what have, they have to have it.
Yeah, that's the state definition of an owner right there. Any person with an aggregate ownership over 20%, unless it's part of the security for a loan, a chief executive officer, a member of the board, or directors of a nonprofit, or an individual that will be participating in the direction, control, or management of any person applying for a license. anyone who meets that criteria has to get a background check from the state.
Okay, so going back to what Mr. T said, then if you have less than that, you don't have to have a background check through the state.
That's true. That's true.
So, and what he's wanting is that if you have less than the 20% and you're going to be on site, then you would need to get a background check through the county.
Sure. Peter was just pointing out that we could easily craft language that would require anyone who's going to be on site to have a background check. And we could do, and so, but what I think Mr. Stopper was saying is that we don't need to do a local background check if they're getting a CDFA background check.
Correct.
So everyone on site would either have evidence of that they had received and passed a CDFA background check or gone through the CBCB process.
Yes.
Would that work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That works for me.
I think that addresses it well.
Yeah.
Are we all in agreement?
We're in agreement, it's done. Move on.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, now we're on to chapter 3.56, Measure C.
Yes.
And the policy questions were, revert to a canopy tax. That's the first question. Or do we stick with the dry weight tax?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Canopy tax.
Yes.
5 yeses,
Canopy.
canopy.
Is that 5? Right?
Yes.
Hang on.
Oh,
I don't know, Mr. Mills,
He's on that one.
are you holding out? If I don't hear an objection, we're going with the canopy tax.
I can justify it if you need me to, Dennis.
No.
Okay, then the next question is what would you like the tax rate to be? And I would qualify with this question with what would you like the maximum tax rate authorized by the voters to be? Because the current chapter 3.56, and unless I was directed otherwise, the future version would contain a provision that the board could reduce the amount of tax rate from that which is authorized by the voters, but then even under the California Constitution, you wouldn't be able to go above that without going back to the voters. So the tax rate in other counties is scaling. Lake County, Humboldt are both 1, 2, 3, $1 per square foot for canopy, $2 per square foot for mixed light, 3 for indoor. The board could pass a much higher number and then later reduce it by resolution. But if you do 1, 2, 3 now, then you're going to have to live with it until you want to go back to the voters.
Go ahead.
Can I just a quick question about how you count the canopy? So, you've got 1,000 square feet indoors and you got 1,000 square feet outdoor. Okay, maybe you could turn it once outside, so you're paying tax on that 1,000 square feet at once. But inside, you're going to turn it 3 or 4 times. But we still tax it still just the one time, right? It's not by product if we do this?
Yeah.
It's...
Yep. The way Measure C worked under the UO was that you get taxed once, but you pay it in 2 installments. So if you have 5,000 square feet of canopy, you pay, if you're an inside grower, indoor grower, you'd have a $25,000 tax bill, and you pay it in 2 installments.
Okay.
Sir, my recommendation is 2, 3, 4 in that order.
2, 3, 4?
I'm not there yet, because I know how hard it is to go out for a vote. It gets very confusing, gets very emotionally charged on this issue. And considering if we do it, my perception is it's going to be out there for 10 or 20 years. So I'd rather see something higher, and then we lower it. I mean, I know other jurisdictions other jurisdictions have cut back in the tax on what they're doing.
Yeah.
So I understand that.
Monterey, for example, passed a tax for $16 per square foot for outdoor cultivation, and they don't really charge that, but that's what their tax ordinance says.
So I'd rather see us put in a higher limit, and then we can, in application, make it less. But I wouldn't want to go back to the voters if we get it approved in another 5 years, or 6 years, or 10 years. I'd rather we do something now.
So you're advocating for 4, 5, 6?
No, I really am not sure what the numbers should be. I guess I'd look to you to what's happening elsewhere.
Well, I think I'm not terribly confident in this, but I'm pretty sure that Lake and Humboldt actually say 1, 2, 3. So they would have to go back to the voters to increase that if they wanted to in 2040 or whatever, when that is peanuts. So you could do 3, 6, 9, and then you, in the fall, you could reduce it to whatever amount you wanted.
So, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So just so I understand, so we have the ability to, we cannot increase the tax rate, but we can decrease the tax rate.
That's correct.
And we could do that by a majority vote of this board?
You could do it however it says in the ordinance. In the current Measure C says by resolution you can reduce it.
And your advice to us is, you know, for example, Monterey coming up with $16 a square foot, but that's on paper. In actual, they're taxing at a far lower rate.
Yeah, and I don't know what the current rate is, but yes.
So this maintains some flexibility for future inflation growth.
That's right, yeah. So
But we're not going to crush anybody by dropping $9 a square foot on them
Well,
up
you
front.
would if you didn't reduce it.
If we didn't change it. And the process for changing it, how does that work?
If you would just make a board item, do a resolution to change it.
And how many days does that take to go into effect? You happen to know that? I mean, it's not something you sure carry on the top of your head.
No.
I'd imagine an
The
ordinance,
resolutions are like instantaneous.
30 days into effect type thing.
Right, normally a resolution rate is in effect immediately, but if it's actually lowering taxes, I don't know whether there's some sort of waiting period for that. We'd have to look at that.
So how would that work practically, pragmatically on the ground? So if we changed this, we had an election, we came up with the new numbers, and let's say it passed. That's August, so we're looking at September. I mean, how would the money flows come?
If you adopt an ordinance to send it to the voters by May, I think that's what Ms. Turner told me, but then you can have it on the all-mail ballot in August, and if you do it before July, you could have it on the November ballot. And then Measure C, by its own terms, took effect after Election Day. You could, this is actually something I've been pondering, you could have it take effect January 1st. That way, this first year would be a dry wait year tax, as the current Measure C is enacted, and next year would be the canopy tax.
But then we run the risk, as you pointed out, we've got a loophole that you could put a bus through.
Yeah.
And so if we wanted to capture that revenue, which is my concern, I'm just making sure that we could capture it before it leaves the county.
And you could have it take effect by its terms the day after the election.
Okay.
That's problematic, I think, with having both in the same year. I don't think that, I never heard of anything taken.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, I don't have it off the top of my head, but I don't believe it's true that it could take effect like the day after election, like immediately. I think there's a period of time.
I think the Measure C said, I think it said upon adoption of the voters.
I do, but I'm, again, I have not looked at this recently, but if my memory serves.
You'd have to certify it.
Yeah.
Well, right, it has to get certified, of course, any election results, and then there may be something specific to taxes with respect to a period of time which must elapse before it goes into effect.
And Measure C never took effect until the year following when they actually started collecting taxes, so, even effective immediately, it never.
Well, we're going to need this revenue.
Okay, just a second, Gary.
I just want to caution the board. And I understand what Ethan's saying, but if you sell the public on a tax up here, and then you bring a resolution and you bring it down here, you're going to have some fallout.
Yep.
So just be cautious of what we're going forward here.
I would concur. Looking at the tax rates for the state, and I've been looking all over ever since we started finding these holes in Measure C. And so the state taxes, the way the market is, I think a 2, 3, 4 is a fair tax. It's not undertaxing. Look, for almost $88,000 on a acre grow, almost 88,000, because it's 43,000 some odd square feet for an acre. So I say we know what we will have coming in each year, so we'll have a proper forecast. If someone does not grow product and doesn't produce, that's on them running their own business. They still pay their taxes according to square footage. And we're picking up on dispensaries. We're picking up on possibly other uses that we haven't taxed properly. And we're also taking care of the possible moving of the product outside the county when it comes to wet weight. So it's actually holding the business owners accountable for their taxes.
Okay. What if we did something like we did like mineral citizen 2, 3, 4, but we had an adjustment to it to the CPI? And so that there's an escalator in there over time. So if we do end up in 2040, we've increased the taxes at a slight rate to keep up with inflation. And we don't end up in the situation as Mr. T, I'm not going to be able to carry that, Marita. As Gary put, I tried, but I just couldn't do it. As Gary put forward, that way we don't fast up, we don't do any sleight of hand.
I actually have to research that, whether or not that's allowable. I could probably get that pretty quickly. And additionally, you're going to have time to think about this before you actually pass it to give it to the voters. So so if the board so directs, we could do 2, 3, 4, and then 2 would be increased according to the consumer price index. And I can research whether or not that's possible.
So even if let's say it is possible,
Yeah.
and so in the measure it says it's going to go to the CPI or whatever, and it goes up, but then the market's moving in an entirely different direction, we can't change that.
Unless you left in the provision, there's a provision.
Then it gets.
We can decrease it.
Yeah, but it gets back to.
In the old ordinance, it said in chapter 3.5, or in the current ordinance, chapter 3.56050, the Board of Supervisors may impose the tax authorized by this chapter at a lower rate and may establish exemptions, incentives, and other reductions. And then it also says, and penalties or interest. It gets kind of crazy, but at any point it authorizes you to adjust it, and we can leave such authorization in there. The prohibition in the Constitution is imposing a new or extending a new tax or increasing a tax, not lowering it.
I guess I'd rather see a higher amount, considering this will probably be on the books for quite some time, and then we could lower it and sort of maybe take our hits for what Mr. Tuffanelli said. If we go with what Mr. Stopper is saying, then we're locked in. And if it changes over time, we can't do it unless we go back. And I don't think we want to go back.
So what is your proposal? You
Well,
make
I
that
don't know.
statement
I'd
a couple
have
times
to-
now.
He wants to do 2, 3, 4.
Well,
I'm not
what
used,
do
I'm
you
not,
want?
well, I don't know yet, Gary. I'm not sure what would be reasonable to increase it to, because we only have this one opportunity to do it. And I don't know if it should be 2, 3, 4, 3, 6, 9.
How about 250, 350, and 450? I mean, come up with something so we can discuss
I
it.
will, but I can't do it now.
Well,
Go ahead.
I don't have
thank
that.
you. I'm
knowledge.
thinking about outdoor grows is what, a one-time turn per year on an outdoor grow on average?
On an average, it's usually one.
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 So if you go to mixed light, you're going to be how many turns?
Maybe,
Depends on the grower,
maybe.
but you could do as many as 3 or 4.
Three or four.
That's why I pushed the number for
And
them
when you
up
go,
before.
when you go to indoor,
No.
when you're going to indoor, you could turn it 5 times a
Yeah.
year, couldn't you?
It's something like that, yeah, more
So
times.
what I'm saying is your tax rate should be really quite dependent upon your ability to turn, how many turns you're going to potentially get,
Yeah.
rather than
Is
just
it on
picking
the
a
number
number.
of turns you get, or just
Well,
on the square footage of your
well,
canopy?
Based on CDFA's estimate, the annual production of a mixed light cultivator was 5 times that of an outdoor cultivator, and it'd be, Ben, you can do the math on that faster for how many, for the indoor. But, so that's why it's more better to have a higher tax for mixed light than outdoor, because you produce 5 times as much cannabis, because you can do the turn it 3 times.
So even if you went 157, based upon what you're looking at there, you're probably fairly close to what the turn or the capacity would be for that canopy based upon potential yield.
So,
Yeah.
Mr. Turner, you have, our tax year is 1 year, but you have 3 grows, let's say, in a mixed light. Is that tax on each time for the canopy cover, or is it, no, you have 22,000 square feet and you're doing it once a year?
Barbara requested that we stick with the timeline that's in Measure C for payments, and that was in, I believe, May and November.
So,
And so if you had 5,000 square feet of indoor cultivation, you'd pay us twice a year, and if it was $5 per square foot, you'd pay us $14,000 or $12,500 each time.
Yes, but I think the question is, it's not the timing of the payments, is if he has 3 grows during that year, we're taxing each canopy as if he had 3 different separate grows.
No, it's only doing it once.
Canopy is defined as an area in which mature cannabis plants will exist at any time. So and that's the state law definition that we adopted. So if you have a canopy area, it's the canopy area, whether or not you grow 1 crop there or 3 crops there.
I think that was the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
can I suggest maybe we try 246 and a CPI? See if we can move forward? I'm just throwing out numbers so you know it's going to stick here.
I do like the CPI idea. I think,
Two
I am
force-
pretty sure there's an applicable way to write that into the ordinance, but, you know.
I'm not so sure it is, and I don't know that we want to get stuck with it. I mean, and I'm talking about but not only for the county and for the growers. But Sarah, did you want to, counsel, did you want to say something?
No, just that we need to look at the potential validity of
Yeah.
that.
Okay, on the table is 246. I'll go with that temporarily. Mr. Mills?
I think we need to look at it a little bit more before we pick a number. We really do.
Okay, so we've all agreed on the canopy. What we think the tax rate should be, I'm somewhat uncomfortable making a decision now. Mr. Mills is, Mr. Stopper wants to go 234. We have 246.
Are you still on 234, or are you going to go with the 246?
I'm open-minded, Mr. Toffanelli.
And
Very
what
much
is
so.
that? And how does that translate?
I will go with 246, so we have 3.
Did you want to do that?
Oh, Gary just called me out on 246, so.
He's
Well,
open-minded.
you have,
We
You
get a
have-
couple bites of this
It's a
apple,
mix,
right?
it's a,
Right, absolutely. And this is,
It'll
and
come
that's,
back.
that's where that's where I'm going with
Okay.
this is, subjective, we should all do our homework. But I have some more questions on the other taxes when it comes to the 7%, Ethan, that, because we can change that later. We have room to it, we can all do our research and apply the facts as they may be and see, we may come up with a higher number or a lower number, so I'm fine with that. We're all good with canopy, right? So, when it comes to processing, nurseries, distribution, other things, we should incorporate all these into the language just in case things do change and we do make this all part of an ordinance later and bring the whole supply chain into Calaveras County. Is it all going to be 7%, and how does that apply to processing? Like per se, let's say someone has someone else's product come into their place, they do a job for them on processing. Does the 7% apply to what they charge that person for the work they do?
In Major C, there's no provision to tax processors at all.
Right, and that's why I'm asking you, how do we start doing that? Because if someone can strictly do processing for people out of the county, I want those people paying to do work in Calaveras County so they can fix our roads for driving their trucks in and out.
Well, they'll pay rim fees, and they'll also just be an ordinary business that's taxed.
Right.
If you want to impose a tax on processing, there's any number of ways you could do it. The way they did manufacturing is a gross proceeds tax of 7%. I don't know if it's a good idea to tax processors or not. It's up to the board. I don't know that they're going to be doing labor for services like any other manufacturing type occupancy. I don't know if they're any more profitable than any other manufacturing type occupancy. I really have no idea. So if the board wants to explore the possibility of taxing processors, we certainly can, and we could add a gross proceeds type tax to that licensed activity. In the Revenue and Taxation Code, you can tax any business activity that's lawful. It's in the Revenue Taxation Code 7248. I happen to know it. And so you can, if you want to tax that particular business, you can.
I think rim fees is a one-time fee that starts out in the beginning. I think that, there's a certain amount of wear and tear 5 years down the road that definitely needs to be taken care of in one way, fashion or another. So I definitely would like to consider taxing all the possible uses in the future as part of the discussion. That's where I stand.
is this something that you all want to discuss now or put it off? I don't see it as part of the discussion on Measure C, with the exception of if we want to add, like they have anything in Measure C, that if we have other things, would that want to be in it? It really opens that up to...
Measure C, as it's currently drafted, only contemplates taxing cultivation, manufacturing, and retail. And if you wanted to do business license taxes for any other license activity, you certainly can. And you can do it by any means that you want. You could have it be an annual $1,000 fee and have it be a tax. It just has to go to the voters. And you can tax it. You can go on an annual business license tax if you wanted. You can do a gross proceeds tax.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I think that we're taking a bite of the apple. I keep saying that, but we're taxing the growers. We're doing this. I'm not overly comfortable taxing them again when they're processing their thing. It depends on how that business all comes together, which I have to learn more about. I agree with Ben. I don't want to miss revenue opportunities for our county, but I also want to make sure we have a thriving industry, and that's always a delicate balance in government between taxation and suffocating them, and then letting them just run wild. And I'd be interested to learn more about how we're going to how we tax a processor to Just not sure yet.
And that's where my question lies. I mean, even if it's someone that cultivates and processes within the county, is there a way we can say out-of-county processing should be taxed as such, or, and how that looks, if it's possible? I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, there could be issues there, constitutional issues.
Okay.
As well as logistical problems for regulation. So I'm thinking if the board wants to explore taxing the other license types, which you haven't even decided to put in yet, apart from processing, this might need to be the basis of another study session. And what I can do is provide the amendments that I currently have underway, and I've worked with the tax collector to my successor, and they could take the baton and have another study session. But it sounds like we've gotten at least some of the big structural issue is going back to a canopy tax taken care of.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I do concur with that. And we are entering in nurseries, correct?
Yeah, nurseries are currently allowed under the current 17.95, and there's no tax on them whatsoever.
So are we going to start taxing them on gross proceeds?
You could.
Okay. So that's where we're at.
We don't have much time left, and I want to move on. The item number 3, authorizing Mr. Turner to work with the tax collector to clean up the assessment and appeal procedures. Do any of you have any disagreement with that? Go ahead with that one.
Yeah, I mean, really all that would do is it would make penalties and interest collection consistent with the other taxes that she already collects. And I would recommend putting the appeals, the board passed a resolution to give them to the hearing officer. I would just put that in the ordinance itself. So that's what I would do.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you have something you wanted to say, Mr. Tuffin?
Kind of.
Mr. Mills, did you have something? No. Mr. G? No.
Mr. G? I have nothing to put in.
I don't have a lot of
Miss C.
time left on the DVD, so I'm shortcutting
At least you
everything
can't say
here.
pity the fool.
Okay. Want to move on to
The next one was
if we have.
revising 8.06.700 for the purposes of adding immediate imposition of fines when we do administrative enforcement against black market cultivators. Or call for bringing back 8.06 for additional review after the 4 previous public hearings we had on it last year.
Right. I think that I personally prioritize 8.06.700. And I think it's something that needed to be done a long time ago so that we could start getting full enforcement on some of the environmental issues from the black market grows. That's where I stand on that.
I concur. Would that include the sheriff's eradications as well? Could we get something out of it for the sheriff eradicating?
Not really. It would be possible to if there is coordination between the sheriff and code compliance. You can only doing criminal enforcement is a whole different animal.
Well, what I'm thinking about is for those areas where the sheriff and the code have gone into the same house, they've red tagged the home.
Yeah. In those cases where there's a law enforcement eradication pursuant to a search warrant, code compliance could then impose immediate fines for all building code violations and fire code violations that exist for the purposes of supporting the illegal cultivation site.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Well, the only way you're going to
You like
get
that?
it. Yeah. The only way you're going to get it is if
That's
the
where you're
property
coming from,
owner-
right, Ethan?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Peter.
That's where I'm going.
Okay. So it seems like everyone's on board with amending 8.06.700 for the purposes of imposing immediate fines.
You haven't heard any objection, it's a go.
Okay. And then this is the last one, and unfortunately, we're trying to get out of here, so it's the biggest animal here.
We have a technical issue on what we
Yes.
have to finish. Oh, you
Yeah.
you have more DVDs? Okay, let's go.
Take a break.
Let's
Okay,
just take a
we-
break.
That's fine. Is everybody in agreement that we can take a break?
Yes.
Thank
Never
you.
change it.
Thanks, Susan.
10 minutes, an hour. Gotcha.
And the last item is seeking direction from the board about whether or not distribution, lab testing, and manufacturing should be introduced locally. And this is we're well into Peter territory on this, because this will be a good zoning question. And one of the ways that we could do that is enacting a separate standalone ordinance, but there's many ways to skin a cat. The main issue here to get Peter going on this topic, and my successor and their respective attorneys, is to find out if the board wants to go this direction.
Okay. This subject came up before. I've, of course, been supportive of doing it. It opens up just business opportunities within the county, and I didn't find it detrimental to our needs moving forward, but that's my opinion. I'd like to hear, as Mr. Turner would. Mr. Mauer, where are your thoughts on this? Go, please.
Okay.
Mr. S.
Okay. Personally, my feelings are that bringing the entire supply chain into Calaveras County benefits the industry and provides a clear path to resiliency in the future. There's certain factors on it, you know, when it comes to manufacturing. My personal perception is to make sure that we have non-volatile in as part of the ordinance. You know, for the most part, I am, you know, state licenses are good, but I think non-volatile is crucial in protection for our county in the future. Distribution, it also gives a clear path for distributing outside of the county once the product has been processed. And it's the lab testing. Look, I'm all for lab testing. I don't think the labs should be restricted to just testing of this product. I think we need a lab in this county very badly, or in the region for that matter, for all types of uses. And a lab is, you know, badly needed. So I think this would be another incentive for someone to bring a lab into the county for other types of testing along with this. I personally support this. I support your recommendation on the standalone. Keep it simple, keep it to state standards. We'll keep it in zoning that where those type of uses apply, so that it's, you know, it circumvents a lot of the CEQA process. You know, when it comes to manufacturing, you know, M zones per se, or you know, what type of manufacturing. I mean, there's an exponential types of manufacturing, but you know, and keeping those in zones and structural areas where those type of uses apply from other types of industry. That's where I stand on it.
Any of the other, Mr. German?
We need to in 6 to 12 months, we're going to need jobs. And we're going to need to get this economy popping, and this, if it's legal, and it's, I don't care if you're making Pop-Tarts or Pop Brownies, you're in an appropriately zoned spot doing illegal activity. You're going to need to get all your regular permits from the state and county that you would if you're making Pop-Tarts or anything else. So, yeah, let's do it.
Mr. Tuffanelli, Mr. Mills, your thoughts?
My answer is no.
Mr. Tuffanelli? No. Okay, well, I think I heard that 3 of us are open to this. And the question then is, do you want to see it as a standalone ordinance? And there's 3 of us that do. I'm assuming the other 2 supervisors don't. Is there anything else we need to discuss on this? It will come back. It will need an environmental review, each of these under CEQA, right, Mr. Maurer?
Yes, some type of secret document will be required. Now, the original EIR, the original ordinance that EIR was based on had those uses listed. You know, there was a table within that ordinance. We could sort of use that as a starting point. There's a variety of ways we could go. You know, some of the uses could be permitted by right. Others would probably want to have a use permit of some sort. So those are the things that we would discuss as we go through the process on this. But yes, you're correct. We would need to do some type of secret document, whether it's being able to tear off the EIR or it's a standalone document. We'll have to make that determination as we get into the details.
Okay. Yeah.
Peter, she'd asked you to speak before we even went through this, and you kind of got sidelined. I would like to hear, since you'd be part of the crafting of this thing, what zones that you would look at to recommend when it comes back.
Well, I think Mr. Stopper indicated that trying to keep it consistent with existing uses in the zones that we have today. So, for example, a testing lab of not cannabis uses. Probably, I'd have to go look at all the listed uses, but it's probably appropriate in the C2 zone. And the industrial zones would be okay. Manufacturing would probably be limited to industrial zones. That's where I see most of these uses being permitted in the C1, C2, and industrial zones. I don't see them in any other zone. And I think we're going to have to look carefully at what are the effects of these types of uses, how they differ from similar uses of a different, whether it's Pop-Tarts or brownies, as Supervisor Garamendi pointed out. How do they differ so that they're compatible with the surrounding uses?
Thank you.
Mr. Mills?
No.
Any other comments, questions? None on this. All right. Are there any other questions or anything else that the board would like to discuss on this? Any direction we'd like to give Mr. Turner?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I'd like to thank Ms. Turner. You've done it. This is our last time you're going to be sitting in front of us, I think. And I want to thank you for the work you've done for this county and wish you well in your future endeavors.
Thank you.
And we expect you to help change the state law.
Yeah, we've got a friend.
I'll get right on it.
We got a friend in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I think on behalf of the board, all of us appreciate the work that you've done. Thank you.
I would like to reciprocate what's been said, Ethan. You've been working hard. Consistently when I come through the county, you're here late. You're a dedicated employee. The direction of this board has switched a few times since you've been here, and you have dedicatedly followed the direction of the board one way or the other, and you've done a phenomenal job. And your intelligence and your diligence in your work is going to be well received by the state when you start working there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And as a father.
I'd like to thank you too, Ethan.
Appreciate it, Gary.
For all the work you've done.
Yeah.
And Ethan, you've kind of been through trial by fire, if you want to call it that, in this county, and hopefully that will serve you well as you move forward into a large arena. And it's given you a great opportunity. They've given you a great opportunity, but hopefully you won't forget where you came from. Okay?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'd like to move to supervisors' announcements. Mr. Mills?
With the virus situation, everybody needs to be aware that the census letters have gone out, and hopefully everybody will get them turned in, and we won't have to what do you call it, protective equipment gear up to go visit you at your home to find out who you are. So just kind of keep that in mind.
Mr. Tuffanelli? Nothing. Mr. Stopper? Mr. Garamendi? Nothing. Mr. Alt? Nothing. Susan? Okay, this meeting is adjourned.